I like new Giggles cookies because they've got 2 kinds of cream inside. He likes Giggles' funny faces. There's fudge and vanilla cream in each one. I can't believe how good this is.
New Giggles cookies. 2 kinds of cream in each funny face.
Are you going to eat that?
Centurion! Power extreme! And machine.
3 evil, Doc Terror, and straight for attack. Max Ray calls Depth Charger. Energize. Torpedo. Thrusters. Canopy down. Dive. The villain's Trap Max. Energize Mode 2. Hydromine. Missiles. Speed Stress. Attack.
Centurion! Power extreme! And machine.
Depth Charger comes as shown. Figures sold separately. New from Kenner.
The season of giving has really struck Toyota of Tulsa. For a limited time only, when you buy any remaining new 86 Toyota in stock, you'll receive our 5-year unlimited mileage warranty free. That's right. In addition to our already low year-end closeout prices on all 86 Toyota cars, trucks, and vans, you'll now receive our 5-year unlimited mileage warranty, a $595 value, absolutely free. Who could ask for anything more than closeout sale prices and a free 5-year warranty? Exclusively from Toyota of Tulsa, 3500 South Sheridan.
When you're into perfection, keep on your toes. You have to be quick, cause here's how it goes. Push the plunger down, set the timer, fit the pieces in place. Don't be slow in perfection. You gotta move on fast, or the pieces pop up before you put in the last. And that's perfection.
And for a greater challenge, try Superfection. 32 puzzle shapes to assemble in place. It can drive you wacko. Perfection, Superfection.
Live from Hollywood, it's the Betcha by the Chip Show, starring me. And now, I'll be the first contestant to bite a Chips Ahoy cookie without biting a chip. I bit a chip, but I'm cool. Hey, it's like a chocolate chip party going on here.
Sam, your homework.
Chips Ahoy, original in the blue bag, chewy in the red. Bet you bite a chip.
The new 1987 Toyotas are rolling in at Toyota of Tulsa. And right now, during December, is the best time to buy while prices are at their lowest. The redesigned Tercel is just $58.98. The all-new Camry sedan is only $11,478. And the Camry wagon is just $12,168. If you're in the market for a truck, Toyota's most popular 2-wheel drive is now only $65.98. Yes, December is the best time to buy your new 87 Toyota at Toyota of Tulsa, 3500 South Sheridan.
Listen, if you can join the crowds this Saturday and Sunday at True Bargain Furniture Warehouse, you're going to discover the largest display of fabulous Scandinavian furniture ever assembled and sale priced in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Imported directly from Denmark at incredible savings, easy to assemble, solid teak and teak veneer Scandinavian furniture at incredible savings this weekend at True Bargain Furniture. Open Saturday and Sunday only. True Bargain Furniture, 1 block east of Memorial on 44th.
Rolex and Grays Jewelers, linked by a heritage of quality you'll know by this prism, the hallmark of your official Rolex jeweler. See Grays for the most complete Rolex selection, the watch that sets a world standard of achievement, with a warranty and service backed by decades of Rolex experience. Rolex. For quality, selection, and value, go to Grays. Grays Jewelers, Tulsa and Bartlesville.
Great!
There's nothing like being at home for the holidays, and nothing makes your holiday more festive than serving Brumm's genuine eggnog and the delicious holiday flavors of Brumm's real pumpkin, peppermint, rum raisin, and eggnog ice cream. You'll serve the very best when you serve Brumm's genuine eggnog. It's one of the nicest things about being at home for the holidays, and you'll find it only at your nearest Brumm's ice cream and dairy stores.
Ladies and gentlemen, True Bargain Furniture Warehouse in Tulsa will be open Saturday and Sunday only this week. True Bargain Furniture Warehouse, where you can shop fabulous name brand furniture on the weekends only at incredible savings. It's $1 million selection of Thomasville, Hyundai, Flexsteel, Schweiger, Lane, Bassett, Singer. The list goes on, and everything's at warehouse sale prices this Saturday, 8 till 6. True Bargain Furniture Warehouse.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Hey, you just said the magic words and look what you did. And look at the savings in store for you at Toys R Us this Christmas. Get a $5 rebate on a posable My Child doll with the softest skin and the sweetest eyes. And a $3 rebate on My Child's Aprika stroller, just like the real one.
I love it.
And play dress up for less at Toys R Us with Mattel's My Child Party Time fashions.
It's the world's biggest toy store. Let's go.
Thinkable, unthinkable.
The unthinkable taste of Cheerios. Not a lot of sugar to weigh down those Cheerios. Look how they float. No keeping them down. So he can't. Even he can't. You can't think. The unthinkable taste of Cheerios. Not a lot of sugar to weigh down those Cheerios. The unthinkable taste of Cheerios.
Antwerp, Belgium, the home of the most renowned diamond cutters. Buffalo Fine Jewelry has bought direct from a Belgian diamond cutter. For 3 days only, you can select from a $2 million inventory of first-quality diamonds at absolutely the lowest sale prices. You can afford the ultimate to last a lifetime. A diamond from Buffalo Fine Jewelry, featuring the look of the 80s at affordable prices.
Read any good microwave popcorns lately? Now this one says it's normal for 1 to 3 tablespoons of kernels to remain unpopped. And this one is only recommended for certain wattage microwaves. Now this one is Pop Secret from Betty Crocker. Pop Secret works in all microwaves and it pops up beautifully, light and fluffy. The next time you want to curl up with a good microwave popcorn, make it Pop Secret. The secret to better microwave popcorn.
It says here you have a prior conviction for drunk driving.
Well, yes, Your Honor, but like I told
No buts, Mr. Bailey. Last time you were fined. This time, 30 days in jail.
After 30 humiliating days in jail, I called the Intercept program. I got help from trained treatment professionals and a counselor who understood what I'd been through.
Call the Intercept program at J Memorial Hospital, 918-253-4284. Call now. We'll put you on the road to recovery.
Karen left the waterfall about her February.
morning, people. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Clever. Good morning. I love you, buddy. He's just looking at me like, what, man? What do you want, dude? Yeah, man. Day 3, people. So, yes. Okay. We'll get into that in a second. Give me one. So, yes, day 3, people. Day 3. So far we've had Paul O'Keefe, Aaron O'Keefe, Officer Sharaf, Officer Mullaney, Timothy Nuttall, the EMT, and then the other, I forget the last guy's name that's on the stand now. He still has yet to get crossed. So to get cross-examined. So far it's been very interesting because there's been some bombshells. Jen McCabe is caught on camera going into the house. Now, those of you who heard this 911 call take place via John's voicemail, because Jen McCabe did not know that John's phone was, or Karen's phone was still in the car, going when trying to call John, and she gets John's voicemail and picks up Jen McCabe calling 911. Now, during this call, hearing this call, we're all wondering, why didn't Jen ever go get help? And Plevin so kindly pointed out when he was on Court TV the last time, not... I know, people. I know. We're going to get into that. I know he was there last night. We're going to talk about that, I promise. But he so kindly pointed out that the ambulance, the fire trucks, they were all long gone already by the time Jen McCabe went inside the house. That's not suspicious. Of course it's suspicious, because it tells us that she could have gone in at any time. At any time. She could have ran in there, grabbed blankets. She could have said, Carrie, stay on the phone with 911. I'm going to run in there. I'm going to wake my sister up. I'm going to wake my brother-in-law up. My brother is a first responder, trained. He can come out and probably save his life. Oh, my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Vivian, thank you so much. Will, Cherry, Clubber, everyone in chat, I love you guys. Thank you so much, Vivian. We love you too. And oh my goodness, Sin In. Will, did you enjoy Runkle of the Bailey stream last night? I did. I'm brand new to that channel. Thank you so much, Sin In. He seems really level-headed. There was a lot of folks, familiar names in that chat. I saw a lot of you guys in there, which was really, really refreshing. And I saw a couple other creators who I'm familiar with in that chat. I think once I saw him, I was like, okay, I've seen him before, but I've never like actually watched his content. But I will be from now on. That's for sure. I am absolutely loving the way that he's reviewing this trial. He was incredible. He was fantastic and on point about everything. So I am I'm looking forward to more of his content, seriously. And he was very kind to me. I saw Dave from MLS. And oh, hey, what's up, Mike McGrath? Haven't seen you in a minute, dude. It's good to see you. Oh my God, what is that channel name? Jesus, now I feel bad because I'm new to the channel. So please understand that's why I'm having a hard time remembering the channel name. I'm going to remember his name plenty, but and also because it's a character from a show I like. Right now it's just the fan. See, so trust me, I'm watching. Will appreciate your dedication to this trial and us. Awesome. Yes. And I appreciate your all's dedication to me. I know you guys have a lot of choices out there to watch this trial on, and I got my own style about me here, and it's not for everybody. So it means a lot to have you guys in here and watching. Every single one of you guys who chose this channel to watch is, trust me, I feel it here. So thank you, Lori C. I appreciate you. And so, yeah, Runkle of the Bailey. Thank you so much. Yeah, Runkle of the Bailey. And I believe he's an attorney, yes. But he was great. He was absolutely great. And oh man, do y'all hear that? If you're wearing headphones, you totally heard that. That's my stomach. I'm hungry. Oh man. But I have you guys here, and I got pistachios to munch on if I have to later on. So we're good. But yeah, he's a firearms expert too. Cool. Right on. Yes. Okay. It's slowly coming back to me. I think I watched one of his streams, and I think I heard him talking about that. I don't know. It might have been, maybe it was the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. I don't know, because I covered Kyle Rittenhouse. And I was really fascinated about that case too. And I probably seen him on Rekieta Law as well. Okay. And Johnny Depp. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. No, yeah, he was great. He was great. So yeah, this is man, this is a crazy trial right now. But here's the funny thing about it is it's turning out exactly how we all predicted, isn't it? There's no denying this. It is turning out exactly how we all predicted it. It is, I mean, so far, and it's fascinating because I remember commenting in Runkle's chat yesterday and saying that it's funny that the defense has not objected once. And he, reiterated, he was like, they haven't needed to, which is exactly the point. It's exactly the point. Crystal J gifted V. Louise Arthur a membership. Thank you. And congrats to V. Louise Arthur. Thank you, Crystal J. Appreciate you. So yeah, they haven't needed to. That's the whole point. It seems as though in the grand scheme of things so far, and we're just about to start day 3. And in the grand scheme of things, the prosecutions went in this case for the defense. Well, particularly the jury. I believe that the prosecution is handing the jury over to the defense. It's what it seems to be happening right now. Little Boston, thank you so much. Appreciate you. And Courtney, good morning. Showing support from Massachusetts. You and Tom are my morning go-to content. Right on. Thank you, Courtney Gagnon. Oh man, yeah. So we've got weeks of this. I mean, we're gonna see a basic, your basic, your defense strategy. And I mean, does anybody know if Alan Jackson is still Harvey Weinstein's attorney? Because that's pretty mind-blowing if he is. Not in the sense that, like, oh my God, what a piece of shit. Like, I mean, defense attorneys, that's their job. You know what I mean? I'm not going to think any less of Alan Jackson than I already do, which I don't really think any less of him at all. Why would I? It's his job. Okay, he's not. I was going to say, man, because I was like, how is this guy doing what he's doing? Street Squirrel gifted 5 memberships. Right on. Thanks, buddy. Mark Cunningham, SG, Muzzle 151, Ellen Berry, Laura Smart. Congrats, guys, and thank you, Street Squirrel. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say it makes sense because I was like, how is he? I was just thinking about that because I just could see him like if this was a movie, dude. Like I could see like Alan Jackson just sitting there, like in the car, like Karen Reed, Yannetti in the back of that whatever Escalade or whatever, and they're driving away from the courthouse, and they're talking to him, and he's doing defense strategies and whatnot, and he's just like, hold on 1 second, hold on, I've got to get the most infamous and notorious sex offender of the last 2 decades out of prison real quick. All right. So what we're going to do is we're basically just going to let Lolly bury himself in court. And I mean, this is how I'm imagining Jackson. So it makes perfect sense that he is no longer Harvey Weinstein's attorney. Because I'm just like, how is he even doing this? Thank you so much, Little Boston. I meant to write a comment. It's Gene from Dorchester here. Dorchester. I'm here to and love watching it with all you guys. I love you guys being here, man. Seriously. And I've played the super chat song once. I don't want to go crazy with it. So if you want a super chat dance, you got to request it during trial days. New rule. Okay. You got to request the super chat dance. That's the new rule. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, Runkle was great. He was great going over that testimony yesterday. I wish I could watch it all. Oh, shut up, Cherry. But yeah, we're still waiting on court to begin. And yes, we are okay. The court TV thing. Okay. The Plevin on court TV thing, as I understand it. Now, first of all, those of you who are new to the channel, I like to do reactions. So for those of you who are new to the channel, those of you who aren't, you guys know this about me. I like to do reactions. So I'm getting message after message, you know, I'm getting tagged on Twitter posts, and they're like, yo, have you seen court TV today? Like, Plevin played the cartoon, and I was like, what? No, the cartoon. DW, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That is so kind. Appreciate you. I was like, what? And so I like to do reactions, and I saw that court TV uploaded it. We're gonna go over that. I don't think we're gonna have time to go over it over the first recess, because that's only like 15 minutes. So I don't know, whatever. We'll watch Twattendoffer or something. Or if anything like major happens, we'll just be discussing what happened. But it's a half day, so once it adjourns, of course, you know, we're going to drop in on Tom CPU from time to time. If you're not subscribed to Tom CPU, make sure to do that. Tom CPU is getting footage of something that's going on that is just as important as the Karen Reed trial, which is the people outside exercising their First Amendment rights and peacefully protesting and setting an example, ironically, for the country right now of how one should protest. You fucking dipshits. So not you guys, the fucking dipshits that are protesting the wrong way who aren't watching me right now. So what we'll do is we'll go over that the Plevin stuff on TV after court adjourns, but make sure to drop in on and give Tom a like, Tom CPU a like on his stream that he's live on right now. And then yeah, we're just waiting for court to start. So right now I'm just kind of killing time and just running my mouth. So I'm gonna just read chat for a minute, I guess. Now, Scott, not Scott McGinnis, and good morning, Scott McGinnis. It's good to see you, buddy. Scott, who is also he's a wrench here, a moderator here, but he's also a moderator on Melanie Little's channel, and he put in the chat earlier today that the California Highway Patrol has raided UCLA. I mean, look, court hasn't started yet, guys. Trust me, I'm watching. I promise, guys. I've got it pulled up. We're ready to go when they're ready to go. I don't know why they didn't have court yesterday, but as I understand it, it was rumored that they were supposed to go to 34 Fairview, but I believe that's happening Friday. So I believe that's happening tomorrow. So but yesterday was a holiday. Okay. Oh, here we go.
Now sitting in the ghetto, here in court within the Fulton County in Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you.
This is 22-82117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Morning, Judge David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Thank you,
Good morning,
Jessica A.
Judge.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
Bev seems extra chipper today. No?
Everyone said no or shook their heads. So, jurors, from time to time, I will give you instructions or talk to you for a few minutes about how you evaluate evidence. So I just want to take a couple of minutes today. It's part of my job, where my job is to teach the jury about the law. So in considering the testimony of any witness, please remember that questions are not evidence. Only the answers, which are in fact the only part of the exchange between the lawyer and the witness that are given under
She's
oath.
teaching the law,
are evidence.
guys.
So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learn that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no. Based solely on that question and that answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. So going forward, I want you to consider the evidence in that regard. Also, there were videos shown to you, and I expect that throughout the course of this trial, there'll be many more videos shown to you. These videos are evidence, and there's audio on these. So what the video shows is for you folks to decide, not me, not any of the lawyers. What an audio recording says is for you to decide, not me.
Thank you, Cherry.
Not any of the lawyers, because you find the facts. That's your job. We all have different jobs, but finding the facts in the case is your job. Okay? So with that, please get the Commonwealth's witness back on the stand, Mr. Fumati. Jim, swear in again, please. Thank you.
Fuck, there we go again.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now and here, should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, before I begin, may I just approach the witness to return exhibit 1?
Sure.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Firefighter Flamati. Leave when we had left off the other day. You had arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct? Correct. And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you do upon your arrival?
So on arrival, positioning the apparatus is going to be our most important thing, trying to figure out where our patient is and parking our apparatus close enough, especially at nighttime, that we can light up the scene as well as we can. Try and figure out how to approach a scene, because if we have to trek equipment farther distances, it can slow our response down. So we try and make sure our arrival and positioning is as best as we can put it.
And as far as positioning in reference to when you first are sort of pulling up on the scene, where are you in the ambulance again?
So I would have been the passenger of the ambulance. Usually the tech that's leading into the call will sit on the passenger side to try and mentally get ready for what's going on, whether it's reviewing protocols or just trying to assess the information coming across the radio so you can update your treatment plan as much as you can before you even see the victim.
And when the ambulance comes to a stop or it's parked at your position, where is, what if anything do you see sort of as far as the scene is concerned?
So we have our fire apparatus that are helping light up the scene, but we also have two female parties going by to the victim on the side of the road, going back and forth between that person and the side of the road.
And from the position when you first arrived, are you able to see the person on the side of the road?
You can see a shape of a person, so we know that's where the patient is, because we reported that there was a party on the side of the road. So seeing a body shape, that clued us that that was where we were headed.
In addition to the ambulance that you're in, how many other vehicles are on scene when you get there?
When I get there, I believe it is engine 3 and car 5.
And beyond sort of the vehicles from your department, what if any other vehicles do you see when you get there?
If I remember correctly, it was just a personal vehicle. I don't remember if there's any police cars on scene at that time.
And from your orientation when you pull up, where is the body positioned? To your left, your right, or something?
To my left.
And so after the ambulance is positioned, what do you do?
So then it's going to be bringing all the equipment over to the patient's side to be able to extricate them from that situation, whether it's a house or a street or a road. We assess where they are and then the best tools to get them out into the ambulance to be able to work effectively on the patient.
Good morning, Sleuthy.
Proceed over to, now, again, at some point subsequent later on, are you able to identify who the person on the ground is?
Yes, we will try and get a general idea of the age of the patient, the positioning of the patient, how they were found, and then when we get them into the ambulance, we can start identifying ways to register that patient in the emergency room. So identifiers, whether it's a license or witnesses, or we try and figure out who they are so they can get registered at the hospital.
And at some point, were you able to identify who this person was?
That's correct. His wallet was in his pocket and we were able to grab his license.
And who were you able to identify?
That was John O'Keefe.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first observed him on the ground, how far away from the street or the roadway is he at that point?
I'd say approximately 10 feet away from the road.
And how is he positioned as far as how is his body positioned on the ground?
I'd have to review, but I believe he was supine on his back.
Just in general terms, first, when you're responding to a call of this nature, what are some of the protocols or that you were speaking about? What is it that you're seeking to do or assess when you first arrive?
So we're trying to determine if it's a cardiac arrest, that whether it's a viable transport or workable arrest. We have certain protocols within the Massachusetts protocols for whether we work the patient or we relieve the patient on scene if it's a police matter, if there's injuries not sustainable with life. So we're trying to make that assessment before we make any decisions.
Let me stop you there just for 1 second. You do use the term as far as cardiac arrest. Based on your training experience, what do you understand that term?
So cardiac arrest, to the best of my knowledge, is just the cessation of electrical and mechanical activity in the cardiac muscle. So the cardiac muscle pumps blood throughout the body, and when that stops, all life stops after that.
Now, in particular reference to the conditions, the weather conditions that you find yourself in, what, if anything else, is sort of on the scale or spectrum in regard to diagnosis of this?
So cardiac arrest, depending on where they're found, we try and figure out what led them to be at that point. So we're looking at weather conditions as well. That can also affect viability of resuscitation. So due to the extreme weather, extreme cold, we'll attempt resuscitation on that patient due to the fact that it'll prolong viability of the arrest or ability to recover from cardiac arrest afterwards. So weather is definitely a key factor in where they are found.
And you're familiar with the term based on your training experience called hypothermia?
Correct.
And so what, if any, sort of relationship does cardiac arrest have? Well, let me ask you this first. What is your understanding of the term hypothermia?
The exposure to extreme cold that lowers your core and extremity temperatures down to below 95 degrees usually.
And what, if any, interplay is there between hypothermia and cardiac arrest?
So like I said,
You get
before,
too
it'll
cold, you
prolong
die?
How long it'll preserve the body after arrest. So if somebody's found in like a cold water situation, there's been multiple reports of patients recovering after being drowned in cold water for up to an hour. So viability is definitely improved by the cold weather.
And as far as viability is concerned, you talk about doing your assessment. What are sort of the steps that go into your assessment?
So we're looking at obvious signs of death. So we're looking at exposure of brain matter. We're looking at traumatic injuries, decapitation, things that would basically be non-life sustainable. We're looking at signs of lividity and rigor to basically show us how long the patient has been down for.
And the age of a particular patient, what, if any, relationship does that have to your assessment?
So it'll show the extent of frailty the patient has. If somebody's an elderly patient, severe cancer patient, their ability to sustain a cardiac event like that is less. So somebody that's younger or middle age will have a much better chance of recovery afterwards. But that would really be the only key that we're looking at.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe during your assessment of him initially?
Just that he was a middle-aged male, and that was all we had.
And as far as the other things that you were talking about, as far as
Not a
viability
police
of the
officer.
condition, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to Mr. O'Keefe in regard to that?
So with viability, we were looking at any rigidity or rigor in the body, or lividity or separation of blood. You would have a pooling of blood or bruising, it would look like, at the lower parts of the body, depending on how the person's positioned. Basically, if they're supine, you'd have positioning or pooling underneath the body, and then you would have stiffness of the arms, legs, jaw, neck. To be able to move the body, we're looking to, if they don't have those things present, it's another check mark of saying this is viable, we can work this.
And specifically as it applies to your assessment of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to that initial assessment as far as viability?
So his limbs were able to be moved, jaw was able to be moved. The posterior of his body was red, so not the indicative of lividity that we're looking for. So we termed it to be a viable arrest and continue to work.
You mentioned as far as sort of gathering your equipment, bringing it over to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, equipment did you gather?
So equipment initially is going to be our scoop stretcher to be able to pick the patient up, break apart, put it underneath him. We have our first in bag, an airway bag, cardiac monitor. We'll bring all that over to the patient's side to be able to do as much as we can in that situation. But due to the weather, we wanted to get him out of the weather, because that was one of the things that was hurting him at that point, is getting him into the warmer ambulance and beginning the warming process. So get into an area where we can assess the patient thoroughly with good lighting, and to be able to expose the patient, begin the warming process.
And when you go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is, about 10 feet off the roadway, who, if anyone, from your department goes along with you?
So I have Matt Kelly with me and Tim Nuttall. I also have Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodbury, and Captain Robbery.
And as far as this sort of initial assessment on the ground with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, were sort of each of those respective people doing with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I'd have to review specific interventions as far as who did what, when. But that's why we document things immediately afterwards, so it's all fresh. So CPR was initiated by me and ALS assessment as well. So I can
What?
go over individual interventions if you'd like, but it's really your call.
And for the record,
I thought Nuttall did CPR.
What page of that are you looking at?
It says 2 of 5 of my EMS report, but there's also the NFIRS report on the top as well.
I could be wrong. I just remember him talking about CPR.
So initially, when you go over to Mr. O'Keefe, how many other people are sort of in that area at that time?
Okay, thank you, Sleuthy.
So in the area, we have the first responders, and then we have the 2 female parties on scene.
Where were the 2 females in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
So as we're approaching the scene, they were kind of in between us and the patient. So we tried to gather as much information as we could from them as we could.
So once you make that determination as far as viability of resuscitative efforts, sort of specifically, what are you and the other firefighters doing in regard to those efforts with Mr. O'Keefe?
So we're beginning CPR. We're trying to establish good quality CPR, get the patient onto our stretcher, begin an IO, start medication, start ventilating the patient. All this, all of the conditions that the body has, we're trying to remedy through intervention. So we're trying to breathe for the patient. We're starting to press on his chest, to do CPR, to cause his cardiac muscle to compress, spread blood through the heart, cardiac muscle, cerebral brain. And we're trying to reverse what's happening in the body.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe, you observed him on the ground, what, if any, snow did you observe on or around him in that area?
So the snow was probably up to the mid-axillary point. So we're looking at probably halfway up his rib point. Top of his body was clear.
And do you know about how much snow was covering his body up to the mid-axillary?
I'd say probably about 4 inches, 4 to 6 inches.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe when he's on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how he was dressed?
For the exposure, I'd say he was pretty underdressed. Long sleeve t-shirt, jeans, nothing really substantial to be out in that type of weather.
No coat? Wow.
At this point,
So not heavily bundled. What?
Any observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's footwear?
By the time so our first priority is obviously going to be treating the patient. His clothes do matter, but it's on the list of priorities, not huge. So by the time we figured out he was missing one of his shoes, we were already at the hospital at that point.
And do you recall which of his shoes he was missing?
I don't.
And as far as that missing shoe, was that something that you or any of the other firefighters, paramedics would have needed to have removed on scene pursuant to any sort of treatment?
Nothing would have been done through the feet. It would have been just exposure of the patient to see possibly the extent of frostbite, if it had started affecting his extremities, fingers, nose, that type of thing, hypothermic reaction there.
Is he trying to lose this case?
That would have been removed by one of you or one of the other firefighters while he was on the ground?
If it would have been removed, both of them would have been removed. To assess that, it wouldn't do much good to just remove one and leave it there on scene.
Now, as far as the 2 females that you observed, did they sort of remain in the same position you initially observed them? Did they move around or something else?
They kind of cleared a little bit away from the scene. I would say they moved off to the right of the apparatus so we could work on the patient at that time.
And what, if any,
what is the strategy here?
did you ask either of those 2?
So how the patient was found and what brought them to that situation is critical. So we're trying to figure out as much information, past medical history that we can of the patient. So we're trying to find somebody who has knowledge of the event. So as we approach the scene, begin to talk to one of the females. What is going on? Why are they there? Just what happened.
And you say you're speaking of one of the two females, is that correct?
That's correct.
You see any of those females in the courtroom today?
That's correct. Miss Reed.
Could you just identify as to where Ms. Reed is seated or an article closed?
Right there.
Just ask the record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, with regard to one of the two females that you were talking to, was that Ms. Reed or was that somebody else?
That was Miss Reed.
And why, if at all, were you talking to her versus one of the other females that you observed?
She seemed to be the one that was most personally affected by it, so figured she'd had the most information about why the person was there.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her in regard to your conclusion that she was the one who seemed the most personally affected by it?
She was the most distressed on scene, obviously upset, so personally related to or had a relationship with the person.
Right. Where's Lolly going with this?
Before we get to any conversations, what, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed or any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first started to come up to the scene?
So I would characterize it as an attempted resuscitation. She was attempting to do CPR, but due to their erratic behavior, she was running back and forth between the other female on scene and the body, back and forth, trying to press on his chest, wake him up, talk to him, just to no avail.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if any, questions did you ask in regard to either demographics or anything else?
So do you have any information of who this is? How are they here? Tried to get any type of information we could from her at that time, but with no luck.
When you say with no luck, what, if anything, what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed in regard to your question?
So the only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
Bullshit.
When she's saying, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him, how loudly is she saying that?
So she was within 2 feet of me, but very loud. Any type of follow-up questioning, did you hit him with your hand? Did you kick him? What happened? She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him, I hit him.
And just to be clear, where
This was as we're bringing equipment over to the patient. The interventions are going to be started basically by whoever gets over to the scene first. I'm trying to gather information as a lead paramedic to try and coordinate interventions and therapy to kind of holistically be the team leader in that situation and treat and transport the patient. So it was on approach to the patient, probably halfway between the ambulance and the patient.
That's so full of shit.
with regard to that treatment of Mr. O'Keefe, I think you referenced it earlier being within your report. What were sort of those steps or what, if anything, did you and the other firefighters do with regard to treatment? Before you answer that, Your Honor, may I request, may the witness just refer to his EMS report as he goes?
Yes, if need be.
Thank you.
Right. We know there's dash cam footage. Why won't
we try and document through our flow chart of all of the interventions that we're doing? So CPR is obviously going to be our first priority. CPR is initiated, unchanged, but successful in the actual intervention itself, no complications. We do our ALS assessment that we talked about of any further indications of this is not a viable arrest. We determined it was a viable arrest and we move on. Then we're going to start, we refer to it as a bag valve mask at 15 liters per minute on oxygen. The patient's not breathing on their own, so we're trying to assist ventilating that with high flow oxygen as well. And easy IO, which is a needle we put into the bone of the tibia of the patient That was on the right tibia was the first one we put in. We're going to be putting in warm fluid. We have a warmer in the back to be able to bring up the core temperature. Then we start with epinephrine, 1 milligram through that IO.
If I could just stop you there for 1 second. When you say as far as IO, put it into the leg, how is that sort of inserted into the leg?
So we have two different methods we can do. We have a drill, a power drill that drills through the outer layer of the bone into the capillary area of the bone, the soft spongy material. So we drill through that, or we can do it by hand if that fails.
And when it comes to the epinephrine, what is sort of the purpose of that medication? What are you trying to do with that medication?
So that medication will improve, it's a vasoconstrictor. It'll cause the vasculature to constrict. So it'll improve the quality or effectiveness on the cardiac muscle, cardiac vasculature, and the cerebral area.
As far as the administration of epinephrine is concerned, is that something that's done once or more than once? And is there a protocol for that?
So it's going to be serial every 3 to 5 minutes during the cardiac arrest to try and bring them over to the hospital so it continues that entire time unless there's a rhythm change or that can change our algorithm of how we approach the patient. If there's a rhythm regain or return of spontaneous circulation.
And so how many times or what times was the epinephrine administered via the IO to Mr. Oakley?
So I have epinephrine at 620, 625, 630, 635, 640, 645.
And when was that first administered? Would that have been at some point when he was outside of the ambulance on the ground or in the ambulance or something else?
It would be dependent on transport time.
Today, Junior?
So we're at patient side at 6:15, transport 6:27. So best estimation would have been inside of the ambulance at that point.
I'm sorry I interrupted you before, but after sort of the introduction of the epinephrine, what if anything did you and the other firefighters?
After the first round? Yeah. So first round of epinephrine. After that, we would drop in what's called an OPA. That would be to push the tongue out of the way, open up the airway to improve our bag valve mass so it has an open air way to get the oxygen into the lungs. We begin external warming, stripping the patient, getting the heat turned up in the back of the ambulance. We would then switch over from manual CPR done by hand to a mechanical CPR device to ensure adequate, consistent CPR compressions of the chest. It was a Lucas device. Put that on the patient. And then we continue with another round of epi. Patient's starting to warm up at this time, so we would do suction at that point to try and suction fluid out of the airway to improve ventilation efforts. Another round of epi is done. We have another suction, this time through a deep suction via the endotracheal tube. Oops, sorry, at 6:22 after warming, we intubated the patient. We have a 7.5 tube paced at 27 centimeters, and then verified through various means, through chest rise, auscultation, waveform, and tidal CO2. So we had complications listed as patient vomiting, aspirating. Suction was then done with a rigid tip suction device. After successful intubation, we then suctioned via French tube through the airway established. Jump back up to 6:31. Another IO line was established on the opposite tibia on the left side. And then another 3 rounds of epi and then arrival at the hospital.
That's not a stupid question. I'd like to know that too.
At destination was 6:45.
What hospital was that again? I'm sorry.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
There's a term that you use in your reports called, and I'll probably butcher this, but asystole, is that correct?
Yeah, asystole is going to be a cardiac rhythm where there is no electrical activity in the heart and is referred to as flatline.
What, if any, observations did you make in your treatment diagnosis in regard to Mr. O'Keefe as far as asystole?
So that was the rhythm he was found in.
Good point, Hannibal stuff. That's a
initial rhythm.
sound
I have an
theory.
EKG at 6:32 as asystole. So we'd basically observe that for any changes, whether it's increase of electrical activity, regain of adequate pulses, all of that can kind of be hinted at with the cardiac rhythm. And then we would change our algorithm based on whether we go down the ROSC protocol or we continue down the cardiac arrest protocol.
And whether it's on scene or it's in the ambulance, is there sort of a division of tasks or a division of different skill that's being employed in patient care?
So patient care will have to do with level of training and also proximity on the patient. Where you get into the ambulance is just logistically, if you have the training, it's not a huge open ER, it's a small environment. So we try and not have people jump over each other as best as we can.
And if you recall, who was sort of doing what in relation to treatment of this patient?
So in the back of the ambulance specifically?
Yes.
Okay, in the back of the ambulance, Tim Nuttall was managing the airway. I was the team lead that was kind of coordinating all of the interventions. Matt Kelly was assisting in gathering equipment, doing CPR before the mechanical device was placed on. Basically, they act as an assistant to hand equipment, place things in strategic areas around so we can actually work without having to go get those physical things ourselves.
Now, as far as you indicated removal of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing once in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
What was it about sort of the condition of the clothing that led to the removal of that?
So removal of clothing is actually pretty standard for any cardiac arrest, any traumatic injuries. We're basically trying to get further clues because this is all happening very quickly. So we're trying to get more evidence of why are they here. We're looking for extremity injuries, crush injuries, bruising, anything that we could document, that we could pass on to the emergency room staff and doctors. So we would strip most patients.
And as far as, were you involved personally as far as sort of the cutting of the clothing and stripping the patient?
Yes.
And upon removal of the clothing, what, if anything, did you observe as to sort of the condition of the clothing or texture of the clothing at that point?
Condition seemed pretty well intact, but just wet and cold.
And what, if any, relationship would the wet and cold clothing have to any of the diagnoses that you were running through in regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
It would really just be the exposure to the weather would be our biggest trigger off of that, or if you had protruding injuries through the clothing, compound fractures, things like that. The clothing was intact, but we knew it was wet, it was cold. So as we strip things off of him, we can see underneath basically if there are any not every fracture breaks through the skin, not everything causes obvious things, obvious signs. So as we strip the patient, we can begin to further assess.
Take you back just for a second to outside of the ambulance.
Yep.
What, if anything, specifically were you able to observe with reference to any injuries Mr. O'Keefe had sustained?
Injuries are pretty tough to see outside of the ambulance just due to the weather, due to the lighting. We have seen lighting on the ambulance as well, but
let me ask you
yeah.
this, as far as what, if any, difference did you know between the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus when you were with Mr. O'Keefe on the ground?
So he was still out in the weather at that point, so bleeding wasn't really obvious at that point. As soon as we get him into the back of the ambulance, then we start noticing hemorrhage from different areas of his body.
And when you say hemorrhage from different areas, which areas specifically?
So mostly from his mouth, his eyes, nose. Yeah.
And just to be clear for the record, when you use the term hemorrhage based on your training experience, what do you understand that?
Bleeding, external bleeding.
Now, you mentioned that there was some suctioning of Mr. O'Keefe's airway, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, specifically was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's?
Suctioning from the airway was mostly blood, blood, sputum.
And as far as how much, what if anything, you have to sort of measure how much blood was suctioned out of Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So we have a canister that has marks of milliliters, so we can determine as we're suctioning how much is in that container at different times.
And about how much, based on that, was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So the initial suctioning with the rigid tip was about 150 milliliters. And subsequently, so that would have been above the airway in the mouth in that type of area. We established the intubation, and then deep suctioning with that soft tip through the intubation tube would have been another 50 milliliters of fluid.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned some observations of Mr. O'Keefe's back, correct?
What's that? Sorry.
You mentioned some observations you made earlier in reference to Mr. O'Keefe's back.
Yes.
And what were those again?
So that would have been redness of the skin and the posterior of the body.
What, if any, significance does that have to you as far as your observation?
So redness from the skin, if it's general or across the body, can mean certain things. If it's just a particular area, and due to the fact that it was cold outside, that would have been the initial stages of frostbite or exposure to cold.
And as far as the remainder of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if any, other observations did you make? In which areas did you make those observations to in regard to the initial state?
So for as far as the cold exposure, cold exposure, we're looking at the most exterior parts. Extreme cold exposure can lead to frost nip and frostbite in different areas. The first affected areas are going to be your fingers, your ears, your nose, your toes, that type of. So that was a cold, waxy, pale, stark white substance, basically, or condition of his skin.
And on each of those areas that you just described?
Yes.
Now, sort of up in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you mentioned some bleeding from the eyes and the nose, correct?
Yes.
As well as his mouth.
Yes.
And beyond that, what, if any, observations did you make of any other sort of injuries to his head or his face?
So his eyes were pretty well swollen. We were trying to clear areas of blood to figure out if there were any contusions around the head. I believe there was a contusion on his forehead. Also had some markings on his extremities as well.
And just as far as your understanding, based on your training experience, when you use the word contusion, what do you understand that?
Bruising.
And before we get to the extremities, what, if any, observations did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen?
Abdomen we noted as significant as distension or swelling of the belly.
And what, if any, significance does that have to you in regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
It's another of our detailed assessments. We go through the body in a more detailed way to try and find more clues that we can pass on for the assessment. Distension in the belly could be due to trauma or bloating. It could be, those are usually our biggest triggers for distension.
Now, you mentioned as far as the extremities are concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's extremities?
So we're looking at, so we had the cold, rigid fingers, hands, feet, then we had multiple dry blood lacerations to the right arm.
Do you recall specifically where on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Would have been his upper arm.
And you mentioned dry, is that correct?
Yes.
So these were not actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
Now, as far as being dried blood versus actively bleeding, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as sort of timing?
So we had active bleeding from other areas in the body. So the fact that it had already stopped and clotted, I would assume that would have been several hours before the incident that led him to be there, but I would guess earlier in the evening.
Now, as far as the history is concerned, your attempts on scene, and then what, if any, attempts were made subsequent when you were in the ambulance to obtain any sort of history of how Mr. O'Keefe came to be there, or what, if anything, caused the injuries you observed?
Once we get the patient into the ambulance, there was no family, no bystanders in the back of the ambulance, so then it's going to be solely based on physical assessment.
And within sort of the team of firefighters that you had, who, if anyone, did you direct to try and obtain that information while you were in the back?
So that would have been Katie McLaughlin.
And what did you ask Mr. McLaughlin?
So Katie was one of our senior paramedics at the time. So we had enough skilled hands working on the patient at that time. So to direct her, I wasn't able to get as much information and still had a skill to do, or still had a task to do, to run the cardiac arrest. So I directed Miss Reed over to Katie to try and gather more information.
Nice save, dude.
As to why they were there. If you could get any more information about who he was, events leading to the injury, how long he was down for, any type of information,
Oracle.
and then moved on to the patient at that point.
So firefighter McLaughlin is having this conversation outside of the ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
This is going on while you're inside of the ambulance actively treating Mr. O'Keefe.
It was a very quick process. So I start the conversation, wasn't productive, wasn't moving forward, moved her over to firefighter McLaughlin, continued on to the patient, and then started treatment, moved the patient in, and then Katie came into the back of the ambulance to help. So it was a very quick process.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were concerned, what, if any, observations further did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's eyes?
So both eyes were swollen and bleeding.
What, if any, observations were you able to make of his pupils?
I'm sorry, what?
Pupils?
Pupils. So I've documented as 4 millimeters and non-reactive.
What, if any, significance is those observations as far as the 4 millimeters non-reactive?
So we're looking for equality between the two. So signs of bleeding can be demonstrated by unequal pupils, or if they were restricted, could lead us to believe it was as a result of an opioid interaction. But we're looking at whether they react to light as well. If there's brain activity, if there's still something causing the body to react, you'll have some type of pupillary response. So we shine light, there was no response, so it was fixed and at 4 millimeters.
Now, at some point, you leave the scene en route to Good Samaritan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance during transport?
So back of the ambulance and transport would have been firefighter Kelly, firefighter Nuttall, and myself.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance between Fairview and Good Samaritan?
So that'll be determined by basically just positioning on the engine. So the step driver for that position would then drive as the detailed person over to the ambulance, and that was firefighter McLaughlin.
Now, during the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, what, if anything, are you and the other firefighters in the back of the ambulance doing as far as continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
So we started transport at 6:27. So between 6:27 and 6:45, treatments included epinephrine, additional suctioning, managing the airway, placing another intraosseous line, and then 3 additional rounds of epinephrine while the mechanical CPR is continuing CPR.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, changes in Mr. O'Keefe's status as far as the cardiac arrest or the breathing occurred during the transport?
No changes.
Now, that time that it took to get from Fairview to Good Samaritan, is that sort of a typical transport time?
Not normally. Due to the weather, it was pretty slow driving. Even though the ambulance was a smaller vehicle than the engine, slow transport compared to normal.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, communication are you having with Good Samaritan in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his eventual arrival there?
Every medical that goes on, We try to give the hospital staff a heads up, basically, of what's coming in. We'll have different alerts that we would give them, whether it's a cardiac arrest, a stroke, a STEMI, to have the certain appropriate teams come in and be ready, whether it's a trauma alert. There's different specialties within the hospital that'll treat those different particular cases. So we call them 5 to 10 minutes prior to give that team time to get down into the emergency room to get ready to work.
When you arrive at Good Samaritan, who, if anyone, were you met by, and sort of what happened with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
So we're continuing interventions from the ambulance through the bay into their code room. We're then met by registration, a registered nurse, and the doctor that took care of the patient, as well as a team of other assistants and CNAs.
And where do you physically go with Mr. O'Keefe, or how does that work?
Yep, so that's referred to as a transfer of care. So there's different people, like I said, it's a team base where different people are in charge of different things. We'll have the nurse in charge that's in charge of documenting our interventions that have been done so far, time of down, the patient was down, and then she starts documenting all the different interventions that were done by the hospital staff as well. You also give a report to the doctor, who's then taking over as lead for the cardiac arrest. They're going to start issuing orders for the patient and treatment. And then you have registration that will get the information to register the patient that they can tie all of their interventions to.
And during that sort of process of exchange of information and things of that nature, what, if anything, did you learn in regards to the sort of core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe?
So to add that assessment, I believe he had a core body temperature of 80 degrees.
What, if any, significance does that have in regard to?
Yeah, that's cold, man. It's supposed to be at like 97.
Core body temperature is going to be in the high 90s. Where body temperature being at 80 with a rectal temp of core temp is going to be extreme hypothermia.
Now, you're at Good Samaritan for a certain amount of time, correct, before you clear?
Correct.
And at that point in time, while you were at Good Samaritan, that initial time, what, if anything, did you learn as far as Mr. O'Keefe's status or what had happened?
So as we talked about before with the hypothermia and the extreme cold, they're going to work that for an extended period of time. Most cardiac arrests, I will try and hang out by the patient or in the area. As new staff come through, different things are found. The doctors and nurses might have follow-up questions. So I try to stay available as an asset that they can bounce those questions off, at least for 10 or 15 minutes afterwards, to make sure the whole process is completely transferred from all the interested parties.
And during that course of time, what, if anything, did you learn as sort of the eventual status of Mr. O'Keefe?
We didn't learn anything while we were at the hospital. We then cleared the hospital, returned back to quarters to decon the ambulance and to replenish all the equipment that we had used, get back in service, and move on with the shift.
At some point during the course of the shift, did you have occasion to go back to Good Samaritan?
Me personally, no. It would have been for an additional medical call if there was any calls for service afterwards.
Did you recall whether or not you went back to Good Samaritan for any additional medical calls or anything of that nature?
I don't recall.
So if I could direct your attention to the screen just over there.
Oh my God.
If I could please have exhibit number 9.
All right. He may be showing pictures of John, so brace yourselves. Trigger warning. I'm not sure though. But just in case, I just want to give a trigger warning.
And so direct your attention to what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9 up on the screen.
Oh my God.
The house.
Here I was giving Lolly credit.
Is that correct? And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I see blood, snow.
Not a pool. I don't see a
General
pool.
Area, not sure.
And lastly, Mr. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, firefighter Flamati, do you recognize what's picked up on the screen as exhibit number 18?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's the 37 pieces of taillight?
Very much. So, sir, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Basically, just press on this button here and get this direction on the screen. So, firefighter Flamati, within this photograph up on the screen as exhibit 18, do you see the area in which you observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the ground when you first arrived?
Yes.
And using that laser pointer, could you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed Mr. O'Keefe when you initially arrived?
Initially arrived would have been in this area here.
Thank you. May I have just 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is the worst prosecution of a case I've ever seen.
Nothing further for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Stopped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop! This is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to start sort of at the beginning. When you first arrived at the location, you indicated that you could, in fact, see the body from your perspective, correct?
I could see a body, yes.
And I think you indicated the shape of the body.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell if it was female or male.
Nope.
But obviously looked like a human figure.
Yes.
Okay. That drew your attention to the left side of the ambulance as you were approaching, correct?
Yes.
And you're sitting on the right side, which means you're sort of the furthest away from that figure from the perspective of the ambulance.
And the ambulance, yes.
And you had no problem making out that figure in the snow.
So the figure in the snow, we had a good distance between the ambulance and the engine, so yes.
Okay. And you indicated that the figure in the snow was on top of the snow, if you will, with some snow accumulating up the body of the individual.
Yes.
But he was not covered in snow.
No.
There wasn't like a mound of snow over this figure.
There were mounds of snow in the area, but not over the patient. Due to the wind, there were snow drifts in the area.
And his clothes were dark as compared to the white snow.
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of quick questions about some of the last conversation you had with Mr. Lally about the injuries. You did note that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration over his right eye, correct?
No, over his right eye?
Over his right eye.
There's a contusion over the eye.
Okay, and your definition of a contusion is?
Bruising.
Was it also swollen?
There was swelling around the eyes and a little bit of contusion and bruising around.
Did you see an actively bleeding laceration over his right eye?
I don't recall.
You don't remember that? What about his left eye?
Both eyes were pretty well swollen shut.
What about not from the nostrils, but on the skin on the nose? Did you note a laceration or multiple lacerations on the nose?
So due to the bleeding that was coming from the orifices, trying to clean the area and find exactly where it's from is sometimes difficult. So we can just say it was bleeding in that area.
Okay, so you can't define, as you sit here, you don't remember if it was bleeding from the nostril or from a laceration on the nose?
I believe it was the nostrils.
Okay. Are you saying that there was no laceration on the skin of the nose, or you just don't recall it?
On the top of the nose? No, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
On the top of the nose, I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. With regard to his abdomen, you indicated that it was distended.
Yes.
A medical term for swollen.
Yep.
You said that could be from trauma or it could be just bloating, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any contusions on his abdomen?
No.
Any skin that was abraded?
No.
Or cut?
No.
So there was no bruising, no contusion, but but there was a distension, correct?
Yes.
So there was no visible trauma to the abdomen.
Visible trauma doesn't really matter to internal trauma. It's not always indicative one way or the other.
So my question was, did you see any visible trauma on his abdomen?
No.
Okay. But you did note that it was bloated.
That it was distended, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you for a second about, if I could shift gears, about the conversation that you indicated to Mr. Lally that you had with Ms. Reed. You were also asked about that conversation at the grand jury when you testified, correct?
Correct.
You testified that as the lead paramedic, you were specifically trying to get as much information from my client, Ms. Reed, as you possibly could concerning the victim and how the victim ended up being there, correct?
Correct.
You indicated in no particular order that you asked questions like, how do you know him, correct?
Correct.
How did he get here?
Correct.
What happened?
Correct.
Here we go.
Is there any additional information you can give me about what happened to this person?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a conversation that you were personally engaged in with my client in order to gather as much data, if you will, about what you were dealing with, correct?
Correct.
But your focus was, when you first arrived, your focus is, I need to attend to the patient, correct?
Correct.
Like, conversations notwithstanding, I need to deal with what's in front of me, which is an unconscious man in the snow.
Correct.
Dressed inappropriately.
Correct.
And possibly freezing to death.
Correct.
But you did say that you had enough of a conversation with Ms. Reed that she answered you and said something to the effect of, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
Correct.
So then you followed up on that conversation, correct?
As much as I could, yes.
As a matter of fact, you said that you asked her additional elaborating questions.
Correct.
Well, did you hit him in the face? Or did you kick him? Or did you hit him with your hand?
Yep.
Okay. So that's a conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed face to face.
Correct.
You're talking to her, you're looking her in the eyes, she's looking you in the eyes, you're standing still, and you're attempting as best you can to converse with this woman so that you can gather as much information as you possibly can as you attend to the victim.
Correct.
You indicated that that conversation lasted long enough that the conversation was frustrated by the fact that you weren't getting information that was helpful to you. So you turned that conversation over to Katie McLaughlin.
Objection? Sustained. Ask it a different way.
Sure. Did you have, was your conversation in some way in your mind, and when I use the word frustrated, I mean, it was just, you weren't getting the information that you were seeking, correct?
It wasn't productive.
Okay, better way to put it. I'll use your word. That conversation was unproductive enough that you then moved the conversation over to Ms. McLaughlin, correct?
Correct.
Firefighter McLaughlin. And once Firefighter McLaughlin engaged Ms. Reed, you then began to attend to the patient again.
So the patient was already being treated by the other personnel on scene.
Mhm.
I started the conversation, realized it wasn't going anywhere. I had other responsibilities. So regardless of how they ended there, they still needed treatment and transport. So that began my priority and moved her over to try and get as much information while treatment was being done.
What part of the treatment were you responsible for?
All of it.
Sorry, that's a great answer to a very vague question.
Yep.
What physically were you doing with Mr. O'Keefe?
In which particular moment?
When you first arrived and attended to him and physically touched him, in other words, were you the airway person? Were you the cardiac person? Were you doing chest compressions? Were you squeezing the bag?
I would have been doing chest compressions initially until I could delegate that task to somebody else.
Okay. And chest compressions, I'm going to butcher this because I've never been trained other than my little toddler. They look a little like what I'm doing now, correct?
Correct.
And I indicated palm over one palm over my hand, arms extended, and you can see my shoulders moving up and down in a rhythmic fashion, correct? So if
I didn't get an answer, correct?
yes, I'll wait till then. What were you wearing?
What was I wearing? My uniform.
Didn't expect that one, did you?
That was a different one. Heavy winter coat.
Okay.
Uniform.
Do paramedics wear sometimes yellow, bright yellow for safety?
Yes.
Were you wearing a bright yellow heavy winter coat?
I don't recall. I have a few different coats.
Got it. Do you remember what Miss McLaughlin was wearing?
I don't.
Okay.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Sleepy.
That conversation that you had with Ms. Reed at the scene, that had to have lasted, I'm not guessing it was very long, but it had to have lasted a minute
At most, yeah.
at most. Once you finished your conversation with Ms. Reed, did you then start attending specifically to the chest compressions and the high-level CPR that we've heard so much about from your colleague?
Yes.
As you're doing the CPR on the scene, that high-level CPR, high-quality CPR, was Mr. O'Keefe then moved to the scoop, which would then facilitate getting him on a gurney?
Correct.
That gurney was then moved between a couple of patrol cars, cruisers, and into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Once you were in the ambulance, the first priority is to get this person warm. Is that right?
First priority is always going to be CPR. The secondary would be getting them warmed up.
Okay. So obviously, when you got into the ambulance, you would shut the doors. There's a heater on in the ambulance.
Yes.
You never came back out of that ambulance after you got Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance.
He's establishing how strong his memory
You were
is.
in there with firefighter Nuttall at the time,
Nuttall and Kelly.
and firefighter McLaughlin was outside the ambulance doing whatever she was doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Initially, and then she came in afterwards to
Obviously.
assist. Yeah.
And did I hear you correctly, when firefighter McLaughlin got in the ambulance, she took over the driving responsibilities?
So there's two different compartments. They're not connected. There's a little window between the two areas. So she assisted with interventions in the back. And then after we had established everything we needed to on scene to begin transport, she then got out and then started driving.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to play, but first I'd like to have marked, I think it's already been marked, Exhibit 379. It's a video, a snippet of a video. It's probably 3 minutes long. It's not that long. I'd like to play that portion of the video for you. And when it's done, firefighter Nuttall, not firefighter Nuttall, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong notes. Firefighter Fumati, which is not that easy to say.
Did a great job.
I'm going to ask you to show me exactly where on the video, if you can, that you had this conversation
With the laser pointer?
with my client. Yes, you can use the laser pointer as you wish. This is just to orient you, if I may, Your Honor. The top, this, let me see if I can do this. There we go. The top is a dash cam from one cruiser.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second. Please.
What? What the fuck is Bev doing now? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But I don't know what Bev's doing here. Like, he was laying foundation. I am of the opinion that Alan Jackson was trying to make sure that the jury sees that this dude's memory is tip top. Therefore, he can quarter him into a question to where he can't respond with, I don't remember, and be believable. That's what I'm hoping for. But that's what it seems like to me if I'm speculating on what his strategy might be right now.
For this, until we pause it, I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on the top dash cam video. Go ahead and play that. Can you pause it?
Actually, I need to see counsel at sidebar again.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, like, God forbid that the defense actually provide evidence. I mean, it is not her job to hold the prosecution's hand here. If the prosecution is shitting the bed constantly, which they are, clearly, and I'm talking this entire trial that is only on day 3, but yet the entire time, I mean, what is she doing? I don't know if she's, I mean, why does she have a problem with this? I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Yeah, as soon as he starts playing the video, what's the problem with the video? Like, is he going to go over the Jen McCabe going in the house stuff? Right? I mean, dude, this is the grand scheme of things here, dude. The big picture. You got to use your eyes, people. Okay? It's very telling that it's the prosecution's job to present evidence, and yet they haven't presented any. The defense has presented all the evidence. I mean, the only thing Lolly has presented as exhibits are pictures of the fucking house. That's it. I mean, there was the one dash cam footage, but it indicated nothing other than the fact that Karen Reed was upset and that Karen Reed was hysterical. But it also indicated to the jury that she could just be hysterical because she's the only one there who gave a shit about John's well-being. So it's like this weird 50-50 gamble. And what the fuck is Lolly thinking right now when he brings 2 first responders up? Hey, what's up, Brandy Churchill? Guys, make sure to subscribe to Brandy Churchill, the 13th juror. I don't want to lose my train of thought, and I'll read your comment in a second. So I'm trying to understand, like, why he would have 2 first responders with 2 conflicting stories.
Folks, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
All right. All right. So Brandy Churchill, the 13th juror, is saying the glare. Want to guess how many times Lolly said "what if any" or any variation of it so far today? I'm keeping a lolly tally. Ha! I love it. So let me get rid of this banner just for now. Yeah, I don't know what Bev has got on her mind right now. So it's a 15-minute recess. And I cannot stress enough how strange I find it that Lolly has called 2 first responders. These are his witnesses, and yet they're both conflicting stories. In the sense that, I mean, this guy never says, he says, okay, when Nuttall was up there, he said that John O'Keefe was dressed heavy for winter clothing. He dressed heavy with heavy winter clothing for the weather, right? And he had a very puffy coat on. And this guy gets up there. He's working on John like almost this far away from him. If they're both giving the guy CPR, they are quite close to each other. So here, this guy is sitting here saying that he had one shoe on and he was lightly dressed at a long sleeve shirt. He specified long sleeve shirt, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about that. So I'm thinking, like, is Lolly just trying to throw this case? What's he doing? He's not even making any sense. Like, his line of questioning is just, hold on. Something's okay. They're still showing Karen. Wonder if there's a hot mic. Yeah, so I'm just, but and it's really interesting because Lolly is just a terrible fucking lawyer, dude. Like it's clear
You
that he
are
is not a
muted.
good lawyer.
Yes, I'd like to see it.
Okay, the camera's still going. Court's supposed to be in recess. Didn't she say 15 minutes? Court is in session. I don't know if she's just purposely distracting the jurors, but I suspect that she's purposely doing something. But I don't know if it's distracting the jurors. But thank you so much, Susan M. I appreciate it. Okay, so I get that she's reviewing the video without the jury present, but why is she reviewing the video without the jury present?
That's the extent of the, or approximately the extent of the length of the video, the clip that I was going to play.
Okay. All right. So we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court will rise and will stand in recess.
All right, so yeah, why does Bev need to see that? I mean, it's dash cam footage. And what's the problem with that? Like, here's the thing is I need to know the contents of this before you show the jury. It's absolutely relevant. I can't see a universe in a court case in the murder of a law enforcement officer, much less anyone else. Doesn't matter. A murder case, a murder trial, right? Why would the judge have to review body cam footage or dash cam footage before the jury sees it? That's the reason why there is dash cam footage. If there was one reason why, okay, dash cam footage exists. Dash cam footage technology exists. It is so that a jury can see it. That it is to document evidence that is to be shown in court. So to me, that is clearly, I can't see a universe where that would not be admissible and appropriate for a jury to see. I don't care who presents it. So I don't know why she's intercepting the jury from seeing this, potentially. Very strange. Very, very strange. Let me see. Because they kept showing the video the other day, trying to tell the person testifying what was being said by Karen, which the cop didn't hear her. It's why she to issue instructions at the start of the day. No, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, that's all she had to do. She didn't have to review the video. Thank you, Amba, for becoming a new member. Welcome to Logic. Appreciate you. And Bev needs to call a friend and ask how to stop this train wreck. Hence the 15-minute break. Why would she not want this footage shown? It doesn't make sense to even question body cam or dash cam footage as and thank you so much, Bay Harbor Beauty. I appreciate it. It doesn't make sense why you would even question whether or not dash cam or body cam footage could be admissible in a murder trial. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's evidence, whether you like it or not. It's evidence. I mean, yeah, that's for sure. But wouldn't she just ask, hey, where are you going with this? I mean, she did sidebar twice. So I would imagine that question was in there somewhere, right? So why wouldn't, you know what I mean? And then she'll say, okay, go ahead. Like, right, 2 sidebars. Like, right. And right, wouldn't the prosecutor object? I mean, that would be up to the prosecutor to put that fight up. Yet the prosecutor's not doing it. This is the worst fucking prosecutor I've ever seen in my life. Lolly is the worst. I've never seen anything like this. I've covered a few trials, and I've never seen a prosecution shit the bed as much as I've seen this guy do. I mean, this is wild. No. I just don't want to miss. Hold on. All right. I want to drop in on Tom real quick. See how that's going. But it doesn't look like Tom's doing anything. So I guess we're not dropping in on Tom. Hey, Plevin got like 100 new subs from being on Court TV. Good for him.
Explain it. But I think that'll end up being a key piece of evidence for the prosecution. So we'll see. Last night on the show, I spent a little bit of time talking to the forensic pathologist next to me, and she on her own said, I'd be happy to talk to you anytime. So she said, unfortunately, I didn't have a card with me. I wasn't able to exchange information with her, but she said Virginia will have it. And she volunteered that. So I think she's someone that would be willing to come on the show. So these are the kind of things that I've wanted to have. If you had access to a forensic data guy, a forensic pathologist. So I am going to try to get in touch with her. I thought she was very, very, very nice. Didn't get to, unfortunately, someone like that has so much knowledge. It would have been great to listen to her for an hour, but in a format like Court TV, it's only really short segments to listen to. So, and she had such little information to go on, but maybe I could get her on the show and we can talk for a longer time about what happened. All right, let's look at the comments. And
I play Plevin sometimes just to see
what
the
I
chat,
might have missed,
just to watch my chat.
and then you guys didn't.
My God.
Just looking through the comments. And we haven't had any audio issues, guys. So somebody saw that earlier. That was just sometimes the court will mute things. like they will mute a sidebar.
Dude, like literally nobody in my chat.
So
Like,
EC said the
was
standard,
like, why is it
because
quiet?
air
Nobody
isn't being expelled
my
as
chat,
much as
bro.
unassisted breathing.
Guys
Yeah, so
gotta-
there are other just like the swelling in the eyes when you
This dude's got a chat full of mouth breathers. It's fantastic.
fight. But then it turns out for people with medical experience, that's something that's created by broken bones in the back of the skull. So this is why you have to have experts, right? And similarly, there are different things that can cause this swelling within the abdomen. So that could, because if you're lying there for a certain amount of time, there's an issue also with gases being expelled in the body. So that's not for me to go into, get in over my head talking about things that I don't know too much about, but it's enough to point out that
smartest
there will
thing
be
you've
medical
said yet.
experts that do know about this stuff, and we'll talk in the trial. So it should be really interesting.
I mean, no, at least he had enough sense to say that's not for me to like talk about because I don't know. I mean, I give him credit for that.
Eric was talking about the Vinny's footage last
You know
night.
how
That was a
rare that
clever
is
idea. I
in
thought
a
that they had at
YouTuber?
Court TV to film Vinny going forward 24 miles an hour forward and then just reverse it on the film to get a sense of it. I thought that was a pretty cool idea because obviously to try to drive 24 miles an hour in reverse would be dangerous.
Right. No, and I get it. It's funny because like he does talk about things that he doesn't know anything about all the time.
Yeah, I just don't think the fight thing is going to be an easy sell. The thing is, I don't know, it just a lot of that stuff, you can sell it to people if it's outside their experience range. So for instance, people can look at a little bruise on his hand and say that guy was in a fight. Unfortunately, because of
Dude, we're talking about Bostonians, dude.
Occasionally youthful into
dude, come on, man. My chat right now is full of Massachusetts locals, dude. And I guarantee you at least 90% of you have been in a fight before. And so if you're on that jury and there's a jury full of a bunch of Massachusetts locals, you know what I'm saying? Like they're chances are they're going to look at the pictures of John and go, I mean, it looks more like he got into a fight. You know what I mean? Like instinctively, you're going to jump to that conclusion right away. it's going to be easier to sell. My point is, it's going to be easier to sell a fight to a Massachusetts jury than it is to sell that he was hit by a car when he has absolutely right. It is the Paddy, Cherry. You're absolutely right. And by Paddy, what Cherry means is Irish. So, because Cherry is Paddy herself. But she's, talks like a limey. But so it's going to be much easier, than to sell that he got hit by a car when he has no injuries to his lower body. He has, it doesn't make sense. And then he's going to have those scratches on his arm. Both, like, Nuttall said that they were scratches, even did this with his hand. And you have this gentleman, Flamati, saying that they were abrasions. So this is going to be interesting to see where Jackson is going to go with this. Because this guy's entire testimony was basically the condition of John's body and what they did to try to save him. That's what this guy's entire testimony is, aside from him saying that he heard Karen Reed, that Karen Reed actually told him directly, I hit him. And then he even had follow-up questions asking, like, did you hit him in the face? Did you kick him? What happened? But I find it interesting that he said something completely different than Nuttall said about the way that he was dressed. And they were both working on him at the same time, trying to save his life. So why is he saying something completely different? And I'm talking like there's not some little discrepancy there. We're talking about a complete and total contrast to each other. Two contrasting stories. One, that he was heavily dressed for the cold, wearing a puffy jacket or a puffy coat, and then the other saying that he was dressed lightly, missing a shoe, and that he had he was missing a shoe and that he had only a long sleeve shirt on. So I want to know what the fuck is going on here. If I'm being completely honest. Yeah, and Lolly's questioning is just, it's like it's designed to put the jury to sleep. It's interesting. Not that his line of questioning is interesting. His manner of his line of questioning is interesting. His purpose for his line of questioning is interesting. Because it seems to have no purpose. Right. Jay Adams. We're all with you on that. We're just not there yet in the trial. That's going to be brought up. But remember, they can't bring that up. They couldn't bring it up in opening arguments, but it had to come up naturally. It has to come up naturally during a line of questioning. You can't sell that as naturally if you're talking to the first responders. The first responders, as far as the ambulance and the fire trucks go, the fire department goes, they're not going to know anything. It's not going to pertain to their testimony in any way, shape, or form that there is a federal case unless they have been questioned by the feds. And then they have information on that or something to that effect, I would imagine. I'm just speculating as to why they would have a valid reason to bring up the federal investigation with these witnesses in particular on the stand. I just don't see it happening. But it will come up. when it comes to the investigators who were tasked with the responsibility of getting evidence to get John O'Keefe justice, well, there's grand jury testimony that is contradictory to what they're saying. And so that stuff, I would imagine it's going to be brought up around there. I'm seeing that happening definitely when they speak to the investigators, not the first responding officers, but the investigators. There's been no window, in my opinion, to where you can naturally bring in that federal investigation during questioning with the witnesses that we've had so far. Petty Patty. Right. Exactly, Benjamin John. That stuff's going to come up. Don't worry. And there's plenty of time for it. There's plenty of time for it. Right. I mean, we know, like, let's not forget here that there's an element here that seems to be never talked about. It's never talked about in major news networks. The only person talking about it is Turtle Boy. Literally, the only person talking about it is Turtle Boy and myself, of course, but excluding myself, the only person that's talking about it, and rightfully so, is Turtle Boy, because Turtle Boy is the one who's basically uncovered this stuff. But you have to understand here that Judge Bev represented, or her brother, excuse me, Judge Bev's brother represented Colin or Chris Albert, Chris Albert, who sits on the Canton Select Board, who killed somebody. Here, I heard All Rise, just barely. Like, I have good headphones, so it's about to start. Don't worry, I'll elaborate on this stuff later, but it's important that it's discussed because it
Why
matters.
doesn't counsel come to Sabah or the jurors are coming in?
I'm going to leave you guys with the fan for a second because I got to make another pot of coffee.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Firefighter Flamati, I want to draw your attention to the top video, and I may pause it and ask you a couple of questions. Let's go ahead. Pause. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Run into the frame, rather, from screen left?
Yes.
Who's that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. And pause. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the top video. Did you see somebody wearing a bright yellow jacket?
If you could rewind it, I'd look at that area.
Why don't I play it forward?
Okay.
And see if you see that.
Yes.
Pause. And do you recognize that person?
I see a yellow jacket. I can't tell you who it is.
Okay. Based on your memory, have you seen this before, by the way?
No.
Okay. Based on your memory, is that the approximate position that Mr. O'Keefe was in when you or your colleagues made contact with him?
Approximately, I'd say a little bit more to the left. That would be my guess.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead, pause it. You see the person enter from screen left into the frame.
It looks like a different person, yes.
That person right there. Looks like a long-haired female?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be my client?
From this angle, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause. You see a person wearing yellow right there on the left side of the screen.
If you're telling me that's a person, sure, yes.
No, he's not telling you. So ask the question. If you don't see it, you don't see it. If you do, you do.
I can't tell what that shape is.
Okay. Can you take a look, keep your eyes focused on that and tell me if you see that figure doing anything? Go ahead. Pause it. Okay. Do you recognize that figure now?
I can't recognize the figure, but it looks like an up and down rhythmic motion.
Okay.
That would indicate CPR.
Would that be you?
I couldn't tell you. Is the time accurate? Or 6:13?
I'm just asking you what you recognize on the video.
I couldn't tell you if that was myself or not.
Was there somebody else doing CPR?
Multiple people rotate through CPR, so yes.
Who was responsible for doing the chest compressions?
Whoever's closest to that area, we're all trained for that skill.
Okay, I'm asking in this particular
Yeah,
case,
did you do it or not?
everybody's trained. Didn't you testify earlier that you were the one doing the chest compressions?
I said I was one of them, yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be you doing the chest compressions?
It could be, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's go and play. Okay, stop it. Do you see the person basically in the middle of the screen there?
Yes,
Does that appear to be my client? Or can you tell?
I can tell.
Go ahead and play it.
What did I tell you guys? He was setting him up. If his memory seems like it's great, and then get to this point,
Entering from screen right.
Yes.
Who does that appear to be in the yellow jacket?
That build would have been probably, it could have been firefighter Kelly or it could have been McLaughlin.
Okay, and who's the person trailing the gurney? Right.
I can't tell.
Okay, let's go ahead and play.
See, if he establishes that he's got such a good memory, it's easier to make him look like a liar now.
The person in the hood just obscured that figure. Did you see that figure standing on the other side of the person in the hood?
No.
Positive. The activity that's going on just to the sort of left side of the SUV in the frame, can you describe for the jurors what that activity is?
So that would be lowering the stretcher to get ready to load the patient on.
Okay. That's positive. Now, this person now appears to be facing the camera. Do you now recognize that person?
I don't.
Go ahead. Pause. Can you focus your attention on that individual in the yellow jacket?
Yes.
What does that person seem to be doing?
CPR.
Which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the entire length of this video, do you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would you say that's probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
Why?
Pause it. I want to direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who's
Objection.
that?
May we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
What the fuck, dude? Like, Jesus Christ, man. This is insane.
You're lying.
May I?
And you're a piece
Yes.
of shit.
Take a look at the person or the yellow in the middle of the screen. Do you recognize that?
As a fire jacket, and build, I would guess it was either firefighter Kelly or.
So we don't want you to guess.
My best estimation would be firefighter McLaughlin.
Firefighter McLaughlin?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Pause. Recognize the person in the yellow jacket to the right of who you just described as firefighter McLaughlin?
No.
What is that person doing apparently?
My guess would be, I'm sorry,
Not even an estimate. Do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
Go ahead and play. At that point, did you join your colleagues in placing Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, did that appear to be you following the gurney in the yellow jacket over to the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the lead firefighter? When I say lead, I mean the one to the right, leading the gurney on the front side of the gurney.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of your colleagues, though.
Yes.
What did you do once you left the frame? Where did you go?
That would have been into the ambulance.
And as you earlier indicated, shut the doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never came back out?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the lower video.
Okay.
And we're just going to let that play for a couple of minutes and see if you recognize anything. I'll ask you to pause it in just a second. I'm going to ask you to look up to the top video. You see what appears to be a person wearing yellow to the right?
Yes.
You recognize who that is?
No.
Go ahead, play. Looking at the lower video, do you see what appears to be a vehicle in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an ambulance.
Does that appear to be the ambulance that you arrived in?
Yes.
And that's the ambulance that you took Mr. O'Keefe to?
Yes.
The doors are closed?
Yes.
Are you in the ambulance at this point?
I'm not sure.
Well, if this was, let me just ask it a different way. If this was running continuously,
Yeah.
no pauses, you've already taken Mr. O'Keefe to the ambulance, would you have gotten in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you're not standing outside the ambulance.
So if you know the answer.
I don't know.
Next question.
You have no idea whether you're in the ambulance or not at this point.
At this point, no.
Okay. Would you have gone anyplace else when you left the frame?
Could have been to gather equipment, but for certain, I don't know.
Where would Mr. O'Keefe have been?
Been in the ambulance. Again, don't know for certain.
Could have been or was in the ambulance?
At this time, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play. Stop. Okay. Taking a look at both screens, you see the group of people, including the individual with the yellow jacket at the bottom screen,
Yes.
that appear to be the same from a different angle, same group of people, including the person with the yellow jacket on the top screen.
Yes.
Who was the person that was directed to get the medical history from my client?
McLaughlin.
You believe that's Miss McLaughlin?
No.
You don't think that's her?
I'd have to rewind to know where she went.
Well, let me ask you a couple of other questions. In the bottom screen, you see a police officer?
Yes.
You see a woman with long hair standing next to the police officer? Yes. That appeared to be my client?
Yes.
There's an individual with a fire jacket on, right?
Yes.
And she was, Miss McLaughlin was directed to get medical history and interview my client, correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what she's doing right there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At this point, where do you believe you were now? Think you might have been in the ambulance?
I don't remember.
You testified earlier, and this has been a continuously running video on the top, testified earlier that when you left the screen with that gurney, you got in the ambulance, correct?
We headed that way, yes.
So firefighter Flamati, it's not a trick question. Where did you go when you left the screen?
It would have been to either gather equipment or to put the patient in the ambulance.
Okay. When did what equipment did you need to gather?
It would have been anything that was left by the patient's side, whether it was a first-in bag, airway bag, any other equipment, basically.
You were doing chest compressions.
I didn't state that.
You didn't say that?
I said I did chest compressions at some point. I didn't say I did them continuously throughout the call.
So you just put John O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and went to look for some equipment?
Not what I said. So chest compressions were done continually throughout, whether they were done by me or by another provider. I can't tell you specifically.
So when you left the screen and John O'Keefe is on the gurney, you're engaged in vital, life-saving, a vital life-saving endeavor, correct?
Yes.
That had to have been your focus, correct?
That was at the time, yes.
And you wanted to get him out of the cold, the weather,
Yes.
because it was inclement, it was freezing out, correct?
Yes.
So you wanted to put him in the ambulance, right? And you wanted to continue CPR because in your words, you testified on direct examination, you believed that there might be some viability left.
Yes.
So CPR and life-saving measures were absolutely vital at that point.
Yes.
You didn't go find equipment, you got in the ambulance, didn't you?
Yes.
So at this point, you're in the ambulance, correct?
Thank you, Danielle.
At this point, I don't know.
You indicated you never got back out of the ambulance after you got in, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you see any place in that video where you had any sort of detailed conversation with my client?
No.
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
You indicated in a police report during an interview that you had with Yuri Butnik on February 8th. That my client said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Here we go.
You remember having that conversation with Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall the conversation, but I'm trusting that your records are accurate.
Is it true that during that conversation, you indicated to Sergeant Butnik that, quote, Katie spoke with Karen Reed. Katie is Katie who?
McLaughlin.
Katie spoke with Karen Reed, collecting medical history for the victim, and was also told by Karen that the last time she saw the victim was at 1 a.m. that morning. That is when Anthony, who's Anthony?
Would have been myself.
That is when Anthony heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him. Is that what you told Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall.
Does it appear that this is the time, firefighter Flamati, that Katie McLaughlin is getting a medical history from my client, or attempting to?
I can't tell from the video, no.
You do know, however, that during this time, you're in an ambulance, probably 30 or 40 feet away, with the doors closed.
I don't know.
But you certainly don't see yourself in that frame, do you?
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Good. If we're done with the videos, can we take it down, please?
Of course. Yes, I think we are finished. Thank you, Your Honor.
What's Bev's phobia with audio-visual equipment, bro? Like, she's got this weird phobia of it.
You were the lead firefighter on that team that night, correct?
Lead paramedic.
Lead paramedic, thank you. You understood, obviously, the gravity of hearing a statement like, I hit him, some sort of an explanation about what may have happened to the victim, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Danielle.
That statement could potentially have direct relationship to, or a direct relational impact on how life-saving measures are done by the medical personnel that you turned the victim over to.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
You said you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct? That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. Oak.
Correct.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
So documentation for us ends at transfer of patient care. As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
You do?
Yes.
Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody.
In the court setting? No.
Testified in front of a grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a bunch of questions. During the course of that conversation that was under oath, did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle. Right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask you, you just left it out that you told the doctors, the medical professionals, that in fact you described that this patient was likely hit by a car.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You wrote a report as well, correct?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative.
Yes.
About your observations, your experiences with this patient, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a lead paramedic is to be as detailed as possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident to assist in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at page 3 of 5 of your report.
Yes.
You see that narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, I hit him?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to your report, the portion of your report where you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said, I hit him?
Doesn't say that.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
Doesn't say that.
Huh.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
That you were quote unquote looking for anything that we could pass on to the emergency room that would assist.
Yes.
I think it might have been an assistance to the emergency room personnel to indicate that you believe this person had been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that that would have been an important piece of information to pass on to the emergency room assistants?
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
Thanks. It would have been important, yes.
Did he just
Nowhere
say thanks?
in your reports, correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is,
Yes.
did you tell the police 8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed?
Pretty important
You didn't tell the
information.
grand jury that, correct?
No.
And you didn't mention that on direct examination in front of these jurors, did you?
No.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, homie.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Firefighter Fulmani, you have been asked some questions about the observation you made of Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen being distended, right? And absent any external observation of injuries, that could be from an internal injury cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you were talking about in which the defendant indicated to you repeatedly that she hit him, or I hit him, that occurred on your sort of way to the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning back to sort of when you're coming to the scene and arriving at the scene, you've got a call or dispatch in regard to an unresponsive male in the snow, correct?
Correct.
You know that going there, correct?
Correct.
And where you sort of bring the ambulance to a stop, there are other vehicles already in that area where Mr. O'Keefe is, correct?
Correct.
And it's from that vantage point that you're able to then see Mr. O'Keefe's body off the side of the road about 10 feet or so into the lawn.
Correct.
Now, when it comes to chest compressions, your department, any department, as far as sort of the medical field that you're in, is there any sort of policy or protocol for how long one person should be doing those at a time?
So recommendation is always 2 minutes, but it's usually based on the fatigue of the provider. But really the most important thing is just quality of CPR and making sure that they have the best CPR throughout, regardless of fatigue.
So it's not recommended that one person do continuous chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes, correct?
It's actually recommended not.
And so that would be sort of, when you have that many sort of assets with you on scene, would it be typical for somebody to continue on with chest compressions for that long period of time? Those videos that you were showing up on the screen, have you ever seen either of those videos?
Dude, is that Bev's heartbeat? Did you hear that?
No idea as far as the times, whether they're accurate, correct?
No clue.
And whether the videos are synchronous, you have no idea about that either, correct?
No.
Y'all hear that?
Now, the conversation in which you heard the defendant say, "I hit him," and the conversation that firefighter McLaughlin had in which the defendant told her, "I hit him," those are two separate conversations, correct?
Correct.
Happened at two different times, two different locations, and you weren't even present for Ms. McLaughlin's statement, correct?
Correct.
Jerry, stop it.
You did, when you were interviewed by the trooper and when you testified before the grand jury, you indicated in both instances that the defendant said to you, "I hit him," repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions about what you relayed to the hospital staff, that what you're testifying to, that's your memory of what you told the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in that you had said something to the effect of, there's a question about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car, correct?
Correct.
And so from your conversations with the defendants and the sort of expounding questions that you would ask for clarification, why was it that you related motor vehicle sort of specifically as a question to the hospital staff?
So it was due to the proximity of the patient to the roadway and the vagueness of the statement. So proximity to the roadway and the fact that she stated, "I hit him," the red flag of him being underdressed and not. People don't just lie down in the snow in a blizzard. So how he got there, we're not sure. So we're trying to figure out what happened, but due to the proximity of the roadway, that was our first inclination.
I have nothing further.
All right, you.
May I, Your Honor?
A couple of questions.
You indicated that it's not recommended that someone do chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes.
Correct.
You saw the video. It was on screen. That video was about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Did it appear that the same person that was doing chest compressions at the beginning of the video continued doing chest compressions all the way through?
I don't know.
We just watched the video.
I can't tell you for certain which personnel. We all have yellow coats, so I can't tell you if somebody swapped. I don't know.
Did it appear to you in watching that video that the person that started on the chest compressions on the left side of the screen continued all the way through up to the scoop, up to the gurney, and off screen doing chest compressions?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that when you heard this phrase, "I hit him," that your response was, did you hit him with your hand, right?
Yes.
Did you kick him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
Yes.
That's what you previously testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in that conversation, did you ever suggest, did you hit him with your car?
I don't recall if I asked her specifically about that.
So now you don't recall about that either.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And for the first time in any forum, you're telling this jury that you then thought, based on that conversation that was attendant to the video that we just watched, you believed that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car and that she said she did it.
I did not say that. So what, am I allowed to respond?
Yes.
Yeah. So I left it open-ended to the staff of the hospital that these are both possibilities of what happened to the patient.
And of course, if you had said that to the staff of the hospital, the staff of the hospital would certainly put it in some of the medical reports, correct?
They don't have to. It's really up to them.
And you're aware that none of those have that statement.
I'm not aware.
All set? All right, you are all set, firefighter Flamati, paramedic Flamati, thank you. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Call to call on Mr. Matthew Kelly.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Sure.
I think it's right there.
Step up there, just watch, step on.
Dude, that guy was.
Tell us what the understand of the court and jury in the case that I'm hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Morning. So you consider stand however you're comfortable, just bring, perfect, thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Kelly, Kelly.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Canton Fire.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with Canton Fire?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And prior to
What's his first name again?
for the Canton Fire Department, what if any other employment did you have within that sort of field?
I worked for a private ambulance, Brewster Ambulance Service for approximately 5 months.
And sort of geographically, where was that located?
Boston area.
Now, prior to you working as an EMT or a paramedic, you worked as an EMT before working as a paramedic?
Correct.
Okay. And so prior to working as either an EMT or a paramedic, did you have any sort of training or did you receive any sort of certification in regards to being an EMT paramedic?
Yeah, so I had to do a 6-month EMT course, and then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and then for the state to get my EMT. And then for paramedic school, it was about a 10 to 12 month didactic portion. And then I did I believe it was 200 hours clinical in the hospitals. And then I did 300 hours ride time. And then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and also for the state. And now with Canton Fire, I'm getting precepted as a paramedic.
And when you use that term as far as precepted, what exactly does that term mean within your?
It just means that you get trained by an experienced paramedic for an extended period of time until they say that you can do the job on your own.
And with regard to being a EMT and a paramedic, you receive a certification in regard to working within that field?
Can you say that again?
With regard to being an EMT and a paramedic, you receive some sort of certification either from the state or some other body in regard to working in that field?
Yes.
And you have certification in regard to both?
Yes.
And is that certification up to date at this point?
Yes, it is.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, the evening of that into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that day?
24-hour shift on the ambulance.
And which station house were you assigned to on that day?
Station 1,
And that's located where within the town of Canton?
99 Revere Street.
And you were assigned to the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the ambulance along with you?
Paramedic Anthony Fumati.
And on that morning of January 29th, do you recall about what time that you woke up on that day?
I believe it was about 4:45 a.m.
When you woke up, what, if anything, is it that you did with regard to your duties and responsibilities around fire station house one?
So we woke up a little bit early to shovel off the apron, shovel off the parking lot, and just prepare for the new shift coming in.
And just briefly, sir, like, so when you go outside to shovel, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the weather conditions and what they were at that point?
There was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility, still dark out.
And do you recall being dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m.?
Yes, I do.
And what was that call, or what was that dispatch in regard to, and where specifically were you dispatched?
It was unresponsive male in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that area of Fairview Road, through your work with the Canton Fire Department, are you familiar with that specific area?
Yes.
And you respond in the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, goes along in the ambulance with you?
Fumati was in the passenger seat, and then paramedic Tim Nuttall was in the back.
And who was driving?
I was driving.
And in addition to the ambulance, ambulance one that you were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus responded from your station to Fairview Road?
We also had an engine and our shift commander SUV.
And if you recall, who was the shift commander in the SUV?
Shift commander was Captain Wendell Robery at the time.
And Captain Robery is now the chief of the Canton Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the engine was concerned, who, if anyone, was assigned to the engine and responded to the call as well?
It was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter, paramedic Katie McLaughlin, and firefighter, paramedic Frank Walsh.
And as you're driving from the station house to Fairview, what, if anything, do you recall about the weather conditions, visibility, anything like that along the way?
Just heavy snow and wind, real low visibility, good amount of snow on the ground. So I was just trying to take it slow so we didn't spin out or drift or anything like that.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took from the station on Revere Street to Fairview Road?
Thank you, Susie B.
Yep, we took a right onto Revere Street, left onto Sherman Street, right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
And as you're driving down Fairview, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about sort of the elevation of that roadway as you go from Chapman down to where you stopped?
It was a pretty steep, long road downhill. It was probably downhill for half of the way through Fairview. And because of that, I was just trying to go real slow so we didn't drift down the hill.
And one last question about driving, but as you're driving along, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as sort of other vehicular traffic on the roadway, any other cars, trucks, anything like that?
Nothing until I saw the police cruiser at the scene.
And so as you're approaching the scene and you're driving towards it, what, if anything, sort of first draws your attention to where you're going and where you stop?
So it was just real low visibility, but we could see blue lights at the time. So just kept going towards the blue lights and knew that it would be in that area.
Now, where do you stop in relation to the cruiser?
I believe they were facing towards us, so we would be in front of them.
And at some point, you're being dispatched for an unresponsive male party, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're pulling up to the scene, you see the cruiser, are you able to also see any sort of unresponsive male party?
Not when I'm in the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see.
And when was it and how far away from it were you?
Thank you, Sheila.
The unresponsive male?
Once I got out of the truck, I was probably had to be about like 5 feet away until I could see.
Thank you, Jay-Z.
And at this time when you're arriving, sometime shortly after 6 a.m., is it light out, dark out, or something else?
It's dark.
And just so we can stop saying unresponsive male, at some point you identified who the patient was that you eventually treated and transported. And who did you identify?
Mr. O'Keefe.
Wow.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So you get out of the vehicle. You all get out at the same time. Is that correct?
Relatively, yeah.
And where is it that you, firefighter Famati and firefighter Nuttall, go?
So we first go to pick up some of the bags and stuff that we would need to conduct a arrest, and then we just go straight over to the body and
Thank you,
some people that
HG.
were around there.
And with regard to the bags that you retrieved, what kind of bags are we talking?
We'd take like a first in bag that has miscellaneous stuff. We'd take an airway bag, and we would take a cardiac monitor.
And when you indicate as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone else, or what, if any other people were in that same area?
Can you say that one more time?
When you first go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, or how many other people are in that general area? When you
Sure. I remember seeing a police officer and 2 women.
And
2 women.
as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, first of all, how was he positioned in relation to the ground?
He was on his back, probably about around a fire hydrant, probably about 5 or so feet from what I saw would be the street.
So you believed about 5 or so feet in from the road, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first come over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as snow on him or around him or in the area where he was?
I don't really recall.
Do you recall how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when you first get over there?
I believe he was wearing a hoodie, like a sweatshirt and jeans, and remember he had one shoe on, but forget which shoe it was.
You don't recall which shoe it was, but there was one shoe on his foot at that point?
Correct.
What?
And
How can you not remember that?
when you first arrive at this patient, at Mr. O'Keefe, what is it that you and the other firefighters are doing in regard to treatment at that point?
So the other firefighters were checking for a pulse. And then after that, I was getting some of the supplies, and then we would start compressions and start moving them into the ambulance so we could get a better look at them and what we were doing.
When you say start compressions, what kind of compressions are you referring to?
CPR.
Chest compressions, is that
Yes.
correct? And based on your training experience, is there some sort of protocol as to how long one individual should be doing chest compressions?
So we want early and continuous chest compressions for as long as the person is pulseless. We will take breaks in order to check for a pulse and check for any rhythm changes.
And so when breaks are taken, is that one person that's doing those same compressions the entire time, or is it switched off or something else?
We try to switch off every few minutes.
Now, when you first approach where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, sort of injuries, if at all, did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
On the ground, I didn't observe any injuries or recall seeing any injuries at the time. It wasn't until got him in the ambulance that I saw some injuries.
And so from that sort of initial assessment and initial sort of treatment of the patients, what exactly does that sort of assessment and treatment consist of when Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground?
Basically just checking for breathing and if he has a pulse. It was pretty dark and very low visibility, so we wanted to get him out of the conditions and into the ambulance to kind of further assess him.
And from your sort of initial assessment, did he have a pulse and was he breathing?
No.
And so want to get him out of the conditions, and how was that accomplished?
I believe we used a scoop board or a scoop stretcher. It's just a backboard that breaks into two pieces that you can slide underneath the victim or the patient. We used that, and then we had picked him up and put him onto our actual EMS stretcher, and then just put the stretcher into the ambulance.
And where was the stretcher sort of placed in regard to where, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was 5 feet off the road?
I don't recall.
Now, once you get to the ambulance, what, if any, difference did you notice between sort of the lighting in the ambulance versus the lighting outside on the lawn?
So there was very low visibility outside. There was great visibility inside with lighting all around the back of the ambulance.
And so once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe or note at that point in regard to any injuries you observed from Mr. O'Keefe?
He had like a swollen black and blue right eye, and he had some blood around his mouth.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, during treatment, you're touching or making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that, what, if any, observations or what, if anything, did you note in regard to sort of tactile observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was very cold to touch, very stiff, almost frozen-like. Yeah.
Now, at some point during the course of your treatment in the back of the ambulance, are his clothes removed?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's just so we can try to examine his full body for any other injuries.
And there's some concern for cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your understanding based on your training experience is as what is cardiac arrest?
Sure. It would be when a person has a lethal cardiac rhythm where they no longer have a pulse.
Now, once the clothes, as far as being removed, how are they physically, sort of, how are they removed?
I believe they were probably cut off with trauma shears.
And once the clothes are removed with trauma shears, what, if any, additional observations did you make of injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's body?
There was some lacerations on his right upper extremity.
Now, the chest compressions that you were talking about, was that continuous sort of throughout the patient care with respect to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And in addition to that, what, if anything, was done with respect to body temperature for Mr. O'Keefe once in the back of the ambulance?
So we did some rewarming. So we did heat blankets and warm fluids.
And as the chest compressions continue in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's nose or mouth?
I remember that there was some blood or vomit or bile coming out of his mouth.
Now, turning your attention to back outside of the ambulance, taking you back there for a moment. You indicated in your testimony that when you arrived there, you observed two females in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe anything as far as what they looked like or anything about those two females that you saw?
I just remember they were white, looked to be between 35 and 45 years old, I would say, and average build and height.
What, if any, sort of distinguishing characteristic did you observe between one or the other?
I remember one had some red stuff around her mouth. I was thinking it could be blood.
And that individual that you observed with red stuff that you thought could be blood around her mouth, what, if any, observations did you make of her as far as her demeanor or anything like that?
She was just acting kind of erratic and kind of running around screaming different things.
And as far as the different things that she was screaming, what, if anything, do you recall specifically hearing her screaming when she was running around?
It was just something like, "He's dead. He's fucking dead."
Is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
At least twice.
As far as that sort of phraseology, was that consistent throughout?
I would say so, yes.
Now, when you enter the ambulance, does the patient care continue, obviously, with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And if you recall, who was sort of involved in that patient care in the back of the ambulance?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Woodbury, Walsh, and McLaughlin came in a little bit later. I'm not sure if she did any patient care or not.
So the majority of the people from your department that responded to the scene at one point or another were involved in patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
Now, you drove the ambulance to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And so for the transport from Fairview, what hospital did you go to?
Good Samaritan.
So the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, who drove the ambulance then?
McLaughlin.
And so firefighter McLaughlin's driving. Where are you located within the ambulance?
I was in the back with Nuttall and Flamati.
Do you recall sort of specifically what, if anything, you were doing with regard to patient care during the transport phase?
So I was just helping them transport phase. I was doing compressions before, but we had switched them over to a automatic compression device. So I was just involved in helping ventilate and suction.
And was there who, if anyone else in the back of the ambulance was also sort of working on the airway portion, do you recall?
We've Nuttall, and I forget who else.
Now, during the course of transport from scene when you arrived to Good Samaritan, what, if any, change did you note in reference to Mr. O'Keefe as far as heart activity, respiratory, anything of the like?
No changes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 9, please. Firefighter Kelly, I'm just directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The location of the scene.
For the house that you responded to on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also have exhibit number 18. And again, sir, just directing your attention to the screen. Do you recognize the photograph that's up on the screen?
Yes.
What's depicted in that photograph?
The location of the scene again.
Sort of a different view of the same home, is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
This is the laser pointer, basically, there's a button there, just press on that.
Okay.
Firefighter Kelly, with using that laser pointer that you have now before you, if you could, please direct the jury's attention on the screen to whereabouts you located Mr. O'Keefe in that supine position when you first arrived.
It was about this area right here.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further to this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Wow.
May we approach for a minute?
Fucking useless.
Jurors, remember, you can stand up and stretch anytime you go to sleep.
I mean, what the fuck was that? I mean, what is Lolly doing, bro? This dude is the worst prosecutor in the history of prosecutors. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why Grant's in there. I think it's crazy that Grant's in there and Turtle Boy isn't. I think it's absolutely crazy.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Kelly, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never had a conversation
Correct.
in or out of court.
Correct.
Now, with regard to the clothing that John O'Keefe was wearing when you came upon him, I believe you remembered that he had on a pair of jeans.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And you remembered that he had a hoodie sweatshirt.
Yes.
And what also stuck out in your mind is that he had only one shoe on, correct?
Correct.
From your memory, you're not sure if it was the left or the right shoe, but it was one of those, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see another shoe or the matching shoe in the area anywhere around where he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And to your memory, you never saw that other shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the removal of the clothing, I believe you testified before this jury on direct examination that trauma shears would have been used. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do those look like? How big are they? And if you could describe them.
They're about this big, so say 6 inches, and they have usually like a plastic or metal handle, and then just kind of 2 curved blades that are used to cut.
And are they essentially a large pair of scissors?
Yes.
And are they sharp in terms of the blades?
Yes.
And they need to be somewhat heavy duty because you don't know what type of clothing you're going to have to cut through, correct?
Correct.
Where was it that the trauma shears were used in order to start to remove John O'Keefe's clothing that morning?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was before he was put into the ambulance, during the ambulance ride, or after he was at the hospital?
I believe it would, I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And you wouldn't have waited until you got to the hospital because there was a reason why you were taking the clothes off, correct?
Correct.
And what was that reason?
To look for any other injuries that the patient might have.
And that was a priority as you were treating him, correct?
Correct.
You don't think that you cut off his clothes before you put him in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think that, and when I say you, I mean your team.
Right.
You don't think your team cut off the clothes after he was out of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it was sometime during the ride.
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that actually used the trauma shears along that ride?
No.
Do you recall at what point during the ride? Would it have been sort of the beginning of the ride, or would it have been toward the end?
Toward the beginning.
Now, with regard to the clothing that was cut, do you recall if it was the sweatshirt, the jeans, or both?
I don't recall.
Do you
Go out the
think,
poppy jacket.
or is your memory that the hoodie sweatshirt was left
on him without being cut?
I don't recall.
Where did that clothing go after it was cut by the trauma shears during that ride?
Some of it would stay right on the stretcher, but I don't recall on all of it.
Okay. And some of it could have been on the floor of the ambulance as well?
Potentially.
And then once the ambulance arrives at the hospital, what is the protocol regarding the clothing that had been cut?
It gets transferred over to the RN in charge of the patient and usually stays in their room. Usually they'll put it in some sort of bag.
Okay. And is the clothing put in the bag? Does somebody meet you out at the ambulance in order to collect the clothing, or do you bring the clothing into the hospital in order to transfer it to an RN?
We bring it in.
And do you recall who it was that brought in that clothing?
No.
Who was with you at that time going into the hospital from the ambulance?
Not all in Flamati.
So it had to be one of the three of you that delivered that clothing to an RN, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if all the clothing was delivered to an RN or if some stayed in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
And once you give the clothing to the RN, do you see where she takes it?
I don't recall.
Did you go into the treatment room wherever John O'Keefe was brought once he was at the hospital?
Yes.
And you had previously testified that you believed the clothing would have been brought in with him, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a memory of seeing that clothing within that treatment room at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing the clothing on the floor?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now let's get back to when you were first arrived on scene. And actually, but before I get to that, I did want to ask you a couple of questions about where you were at in terms of your career on January 28th, 29th. You were a fairly new firefighter?
Correct.
And you were conscious, you had been trained not long before January 29th, right? It was within several months?
2 months, yeah.
Oh, within 2 months, okay. And your priority as a new firefighter was to follow your training, correct?
Correct.
It was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
You wanted to do things the right way, correct?
Correct.
And particularly at the beginning of your career, you don't want to develop any bad habits, correct?
Correct.
And you were following protocol once you got to the scene as best you could, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I see what's coming.
I believe you testified on direct examination that when the ambulance got to 34 Fairview, as soon as it was parked, you and Anthony Flamati went straight to the body, correct?
I don't recall saying that. I wasn't sure who went straight to the body. I said some of us got some supplies.
Okay. I thought your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your testimony was that you may have gotten some supplies, but then you and Flamati went straight to the body.
Yes, so we did, me and Nuttall.
Got supplies?
Me and Nuttall went to the body.
All right, where was?
But we didn't go straight there. We got supplies first and then went to the body. Or I got supplies first and then went to the body.
Okay. How long did it take you to get supplies?
Probably within a minute, I would say.
Okay. And where was Flamati when you were getting supplies?
I don't recall.
Once you got to the body, who assisted you with regard to treating John O'Keefe?
I believe it would be the people who were on scene with me.
Who would that have been?
Flamati, Nuttall, Walsh, McLaughlin, Woodbury, and Robery.
Okay. So is it your testimony that your memory is that 5, 6, however many people were there with you, all were hovered over John O'Keefe doing treatment on him?
Not treatment, but getting supplies, getting the stretcher. We're all working together, but we weren't all involved in the treatment portion.
Sure, and the treatment was essentially CPR, correct?
Correct.
Chest compressions,
Yes.
and dealing with his airway as well?
Correct.
Which of your coworkers and/or you were directly involved with the CPR, the chest compressions, and the airway issues?
I recall that I was doing compressions and helping suction and ventilate in the ambulance, but I do not recall who else was partaking in that.
Okay. So let's talk about when John O'Keefe was put on the scoop stretcher and then ultimately taken to the ambulance. Who was with you when that was occurring?
So it would have been me, Nuttall, Flamati, and Robery, I believe, were trying to get him on the scoop. And then I believe the engine guys were trying to get the stretcher.
Who are the engine guys?
That would be Walsh. It must have been Walsh, Woodbury, and McLaughlin, but I don't recall who exactly was getting it.
All right, so your memory is that yourself, Nuttall, and Flamati were loading John O'Keefe onto the scoop?
I believe so, yeah.
And then from the scoop, he's put on a stretcher?
Correct.
And then who would it have been that wheeled the stretcher to the ambulance?
I don't recall who it was.
You?
I don't recall.
So you have no memory of who would have taken John O'Keefe on that stretcher into the back of the ambulance?
I don't recall who actually did it, but it would just be whoever's in the best location at the time to move the stretcher.
All right. Do you have a memory of John O'Keefe going into the back of the ambulance?
Not a clear memory, no.
Who went into the ambulance with him?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Walsh, Woodbury.
Okay. And by the way, once he's on the scoop and then put on the stretcher, the priority is to get him into that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason for that is he was cold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your priority was you wanted to warm him up, correct?
Correct.
And the best place to do that would have been the inside of that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't that he was put on the stretcher and then there was some detour in terms of where he was taken. You made or whoever took him, made a beeline for the back of that ambulance in order to get him warm, correct?
Correct.
And once he's in the ambulance, the priority at that point would be to close the doors of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Because if you leave the doors open, there's a blizzard outside, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's go ahead, Ms. Giannetti. Keep moving forward, please.
And so the doors were closed to the ambulance, correct?
At some point, yes.
All right. And inside the doors of that ambulance, as you testified, was at least, not naming everybody, but at least you and Nuttall and Flamati, correct?
Correct.
And once those doors were closed to the ambulance, none of you left the ambulance, correct?
None of us, meaning?
You, I'm talking specifically about you and Nuttall and Flamati.
I don't believe so.
No. You would have remained in the ambulance all the way to the hospital, and that's the point in which the doors will be open, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the scene that you came upon in terms of the people who were there when you arrived, sir. You had previously testified that you saw, I believe you testified that you saw two women and a law enforcement officer already on scene, correct?
Correct.
One of those women appeared to have blood around her mouth, correct?
Correct.
It was something red, but you assumed that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that led you to also believe that she had rendered or tried to render CPR, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you thought?
Yes.
Okay.
And while you were on scene, it was the woman who had the blood around her mouth who appeared to be most upset, correct?
Correct.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught?
Yes.
Hysterical?
Yes.
Frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say, he's dead, he's fucking dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that, correct?
Correct.
It was very easy for you to discern that her words were, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And she repeated it more than once, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you have been extremely consistent in terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first time by Mr. Lally or me in court today. There have been other occasions where people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date, but you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, let me rephrase that.
What did you
You
say?
don't recall changing her words at all. You recall, you've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see
Okay. Mr. Lally was asking the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that what the woman with the blood on her mouth said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified to that today.
Yes, sir.
You've never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because the truth does not change, correct?
Correct.
All right. At this point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion of a video, which I would offer as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
What?
Okay, so we'll watch it and then you
Thank
can
you
offer
very
it
much.
with no narration, right?
Never.
Never. Gennady.
Before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could listen as best you can.
Sure.
Would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear.
Okay.
I heard about, does he do drugs? I couldn't really hear the background.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, he wants to play it again, but it's difficult. It's a tricky situation because he just planted what he's listening for in his head. And I think that's what Bev has a problem with. Because if somebody tells you what you're hearing enough, you're going to be listening for what they're telling you to listen for. And you're more likely to hear that, even though it may be saying something else. It happens a lot when we try to discern what's happening in a recording that we're listening to when covering a case. It happens quite a bit. So I'm always just like, I don't want, you know what I mean? Like I want to hear it, and then I want to try to like assess what it says before anybody tries to tell me what it's saying. So that's probably, now that I'm thinking about it, what Bev had the problem with when Alan Jackson was doing this before. So but that's like a slippery slope, though. You know what I mean?
Mr. Kelly, I got permission to play it one more time.
I'll try my best.
So again, and by the way, before it's queued up, I would direct your attention more toward the beginning of that 15 seconds. As there are things that happen, I think, that you heard at the end, but you tell us if you can hear, or what you can hear.
Okay.
You have one problem? Addicted to what? Addicted to drugs? Huh?
That's enough. What did you hear?
I heard someone say fucking dead.
Thank you, sir.
There it is.
Any redirect?
Just briefly on. Mr. Kelly, from that video that was just up on the screen, you indicated that when you got to the scene, you saw the cruiser and parked sort of behind the cruiser, correct?
Around the cruiser, yeah.
So from that video, you didn't see the ambulance that you were driving anywhere in there, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not you were even on scene at that time that any of those statements that were made in that video were made, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as patient care was concerned,
How does that
all
help?
of you being yourself, firefighter Flamati, firefighter Nuttall, firefighter McLaughlin, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Woodbury, were you all together all the time, or were you doing separate things in separate places during the course of your time on scene?
Separate things in separate places, yeah.
So fair to say that everything that you heard may not be everything that someone else that was there from your department that day heard, correct?
Correct.
And conversely, something that someone else heard may not be necessarily something that you were in a position to hear that day, correct?
Correct.
You also asked some questions about sort of using the shears and cutting off Mr. O'Keefe's clothing during the ride. Is it your testimony that that was in the back of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was that during the transport, or was that prior? Would you be utilizing shears on a patient, cutting off clothing while the ambulance is in transit?
No.
So if it was in the back of the ambulance, that would have been prior to the ambulance leaving the scene and going to Good Samaritan, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Your Honor, the only thing I would offer is the video that I played. I have
All
it.
right, so we will do that.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Clerk, it's already been pre-marked, right? Do you not have it, Nancy? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. It has not been pre-marked.
The exhibit 380.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I feel like I might be seeing a dynamic
All right,
here.
so we're all set?
With
Yes,
this
thank you, Your Honor.
witnesses.
Okay. Thank you.
With
You're all set.
Yannetti and
Thank you.
Jackson. I wonder if they'll call another witness.
Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Call Mr. Francis Walsh to the stand.
Okay. Tori, what do you have for today? Numbers.
Watch your step.
Standing in case of court.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, W-A-L-S-H.
And what do you do for it, sir?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with the Canton Fire Department?
Just shy of 10 years.
And you indicated that you have the rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been a lieutenant with Canton?
Since September of last year.
Now, with regards to, you have certifications both as an EMT and a paramedic, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to those certifications, when was it first that you sort of received those?
I received my paramedic certification in June of 2014. That's when I was officially certified.
And is that something that you've been subject to sort of continuing educational components and recertification since then?
Yes. Yeah. Every 2 years we have to recertify and take continuing education classes.
And is your certification up to speed at this point?
Yeah, it's current. I just recertified last month, actually.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And were you working that day with the fire department?
I was.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion?
24-hour shift, which is standard.
And is that 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
That's correct.
That, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th?
That's correct.
And so where were you assigned to on that particular day?
I was assigned to headquarters, which is on 99 Revere Street, and my position was engine driver.
So fair to say people within your department get different sort of assignments on different apparatus based on the different shift that they're working.
That's correct.
And your assignment that day was the driver of the engine?
Correct, yes, engine 3.
Now, beyond sort of your assignment as the engine driver in that particular shift, what, if any, sort of specialized assignment do you have, or did you have at that time in regard to snow removal?
Yeah, so on that particular shift, I was also the snowplow driver. We have an in-house truck and a snowplow for the fire department, and that was my responsibility on that shift.
How many people within your department have that sort of responsibility when it comes to?
It kind of depends group to group. So some working groups will just kind of rotate and have a different person do it each time. At that time, the group that I was on, I kind of had the most experience plowing, so I was always the go-to person to be in the plow truck when it snowed.
And so with respect to that, Dewey, about what time did you sort of get up on that morning of the 29th?
I believe it was around 4 a.m.
And why was it that you got up at that time?
It was snowing pretty heavily. I mean, we knew the forecast called for a lot of snow. So I got up early and hopped in the plow truck.
And so, just briefly, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as the weather conditions when you were out in the plow truck?
It was very windy. Yeah, just windy and really heavy snow.
Now, at some point, shortly after 6 a.m., does your department get dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where was the dispatch to, and what was it in regard to?
So I didn't hear the actual dispatch because I was in the plow truck. I was in the rear of headquarters in the plow truck. But my Captain Rovery, came out and told me that we had a call for 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male party. And he told me, to hop in the engine and head to that call.
And when you hop in the engine, who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the same engine as you on that day?
So I had Lieutenant Woodbury to my right in the passenger seat and Firefighter McLaughlin in the rear.
And beyond the engine that you were driving, what if any sort of other apparatus from your department was dispatched to the call that day as well?
So that would have been ambulance 1, and then also car 5 went as well. That's kind of like an optional thing, but with a call of that severity, the captain will go as well.
And who was in car 5 on that day?
Captain Robery.
And you drove the engine, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the road conditions, visibility, things of that like en route from the station to Fairview Road.
Yeah, so it was really, really poor driving conditions and visibility. I can't recall ever driving to a call of that nature and that severity that slowly. The visibility was so poor that we were just driving extremely slow.
Sirens go further away. Okay. And from, if you could describe to the jury sort of the route of travel that you took from Station 1 to Fairview Road.
Sure. So out of Station 1, take a right onto Revere Street, and then a left onto Sherman Street, a right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
Now, if you recall, what was sort of the order? You're all sort of dispatching, you're all sort of responding around the same time, being car 5, the ambulance, and the engine, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, what was sort of the order of the vehicles in response?
So engine 3, we were the last vehicle for the fire department to arrive on scene. So when we arrived on scene, ambulance 1 and car 5 were already on scene.
And if I could ask just sort of as you're turning onto Fairview Road and you travel down it, what, if anything, do you know about sort of the elevation of the roadway as you're driving down through?
It's a downhill grade. Yeah, it gets a little bit steep at one point.
And the residence that you eventually stopped at or responded to, where was that in location in reference to when you first turn on to Fairview, about how far down is the residence that you eventually go?
Pretty far down. I believe it's one of the last houses on Fairview.
And the residence that we're talking about is, from your perspective, when you're driving down there, is that on your left or right or something else?
Left.
And as you're approaching the scene, what is it sort of that you see before you? As you know, how do you know where to stop and where you're going?
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, visibility was really poor, but there was ambulance 1, car 5, at least a couple of police cruisers on scene before us, so it's kind of hard to miss that. So that's how we knew where to stop.
Now, in regard to you're responding to an unresponsive man, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, at some point you were able to identify, or you were told what the identity was of that unresponsive male location, correct?
That's correct.
And what was his name?
John O'Keefe.
And so with respect to Mr. O'Keefe,
Officer
as you're
dickhead.
approaching this, when was the first time that you were able to sort of see where Mr. O'Keefe was on scene when you arrived?
Officer O'Keefe.
It wasn't
dickhead.
until a little bit after we actually arrived on scene that I could see the patient, because as we pulled up, the ambulance was blocking our line of sight to where the patient was. So I couldn't see him right away.
And what was sort of the I know you talked about visibility, but as far as, had the sun come up yet?
No, it was pitch black.
So you got to understand that the jury hears
When
that.
you arrive on scene, what is it that you and sort of the other people on your engine are doing in relation to patient treatment?
So at that point, I got out of the engine and I started walking towards where the ambulance crew was. But at that point, firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance to get the stretcher out. So I went directly to that to give her a hand with that. And we proceeded to bring that around the front of the ambulance where firefighter Nuttall, Flamati, and Kelly, and I believe Captain Robery were working on the patient.
Now, in reference to where patient Mr. O'Keefe was, where was he? Could you see sort of how in reference to the ground?
I could see they had the other firefighters and captain that I just mentioned had just put him on the backboard at the first time that I saw him. I'd say that was like roughly 10 feet in from the road.
And to that point, how were you able to say that it was approximately 10 feet in from the road?
Just an estimate.
Let me ask you, as far as the stretcher was concerned that you and firefighter McLaughlin retrieved, where did you place that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was when you first brought it over?
So we placed that. We decided to leave it on the street and get it as close to the grass or snow as possible. It was unspoken, but we knew that we didn't want to put the stretcher onto the snow because it would be too unstable. So we put it right up against the curb. So right at the edge of the street where the street meets the yard.
And so you put the stretcher basically right up against the curb, and Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 10 feet from that.
That's correct.
And with respect to positioning the stretcher, was that parallel with the curb or perpendicular to it, or how was it positioned?
Parallel.
And you mentioned that obviously Mr. O'Keefe is on scene, and there are a number of different firefighters from your department, correct?
That's correct.
There was at least a police cruiser. Did you see any officers sort of around the scene?
Yes, I remember Officer Saraf and Sergeant Good.
And with respect to civilians, what, if any, civilians did you observe around the scene as well?
I observed 2 female civilians.
And where were they in relation to where you were, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I mean, they were pretty worked up, so they were moving around quite a bit. But I'd say they were somewhere in between myself and the stretcher and where Mr. O'Keefe was.
And did you yourself have any conversation with either of the 2 females that you saw?
I did not directly, no.
And you just testified a little bit before that they were upset. Is this both of them were?
Yes, yes.
And what, if anything, leads you to that sort of conclusion as far as their demeanor? What, if anything, did you specifically observe?
I mean, I observed one of them like screaming and crying, and they were both just frantically like moving around a lot.
As far as the one that you observed screaming or crying, do you recall specifically what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, "Is he alive?"
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his clothes, what, if any, observations did you make of his clothes?
The notable observation that I made was that he was missing one shoe, his right shoe.
And where was Mr. O'Keefe when you made that observation of missing one shoe?
It was when we put the stretcher into the ambulance, the stretcher lifts up, so it's kind of right at my face, and that's when I noticed it.
So at the time he was being placed in the ambulance, he only had one shoe based on what you saw.
That's correct.
Now, once Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, where did you go?
So I stayed down at the feet. I was positioned right by his right leg.
And what, if any, difference did you know between sort of the lighting conditions outside on the lawn versus the lighting conditions in the back of the ambulance?
In the back of the ambulance, it was dramatically better.
And so once in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
I noticed a hematoma on his right eye, and I noticed some blood coming from his nose.
And just to be clear for the record, so when you say hematoma, based on your training and experience, can you explain what your understanding of that term is to the jury?
Swelling and bruising.
Now, at some points, with respect to the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, what, if anything, did you or other firefighters or paramedics from your department do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
We removed all of his clothing.
And let me first ask, how was that removal sort of accomplished?
Can you repeat that?
When you removed his clothing, how was that? How did you do that?
Oh, with trauma shears, basically scissors that cut clothing.
And once sort of Was that pursuant to some sort of protocol, or
Yes.
why was the clothing?
On any trauma call, it's protocol to expose the patient so you can see all injuries and you don't miss any injuries.
And once the clothing was removed with trauma shears, what, if any, additional injuries or anything did you observe?
I noticed some scratches and lacerations on his right arm.
Interesting.
Now, in reference to treatment in the back of the ambulance,
Scratches and lacerations.
what, if any, sort of role in that did you sort of assume, or were you sort of assigned by the lead paramedic?
Yeah, so I was responsible for the IO drill and access. It's an intraosseous access.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that's accomplished?
Yeah, so you do that instead of IV access. So when somebody's in cardiac arrest, it's really hard to get an IV. So what you do is you actually drill into a bone, and you can administer medication and fluids like into the bone marrow space.
And so pursuant to, so Mr. O'Keefe was undergoing cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Could you explain your understanding of that term based on your training experience to the jury? What is cardiac arrest?
There's no cardiac function. His heart isn't pumping blood anymore.
And so what, if any, sort of protocols are there as far as medication administration is there in reference to a cardiac arrest?
Yeah, so the frontline medication for that is epinephrine. That's what we gave through the IO access.
What is the purpose of the epinephrine?
Epinephrine, I mean, basically in layman's terms, it gets the heart pumping again, if that's a viable option.
And in addition to the epinephrine, what, if any, other medication was administered through the IO?
I believe that was it. As far as when I was on scene, it was just epinephrine.
Do you recall anything about salines?
Oh yeah, saline as well, but it's not a medication. But yeah, we also administered saline.
What is the purpose of the saline?
Saline is just to increase blood volume.
Well, you need to
Now,
get
as
different
far
witnesses
as,
to confirm the same things loaded hot. But it's interesting because there's quite a few contradictions.
Mr. O'Keefe is then taken from the scene to a hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you go along with the ambulance on the transport to the hospital?
I did not.
So you remained on scene at least for some period of time, correct?
Very briefly, but yes.
And you referenced some officers from the Canton Police Department that were on scene when you were on scene, correct?
Correct.
And without reference to anything said, which of them, if any, did you have any conversation with prior to leaving the scene?
Sergeant Good.
And just as far as what you told Sergeant Good, what, if anything, did you relay to him before you left the scene?
I relayed to him that there were signs of trauma in the patient.
And did you give it any sort of further explanation as to the signs of trauma that you observed?
Yes, I believe I told him what I told you about the hematoma on the eye and the blood in the nose and the scratches and lacerations on the arm.
So you told Sergeant Good what you've just testified to this jury that you observed?
I believe so.
Ms. Kilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 18. And Firefighter Walsh, what's up on the screen is exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, 34 Fairview Road.
Is that a fair, minus whatever the weather conditions are, a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed that day at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approach the witness just briefly.
Yes.
So this is again exhibit.
Okay.
And so Firefighter Walsh, if I could ask, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's
Wow.
attention to where within this photograph, if you see it, that you observed Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived.
Right in that general area.
Thanks. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Yes.
Again, nothing.
Good afternoon,
Oh
sir.
shit.
Good afternoon.
We are getting cross.
I just want to ask you about the woman that you saw on scene who appeared to be screaming and crying. Would you agree with me that she stood out to you because she appeared to be the most upset
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
and the loudest?
Yes.
She appeared to be crying more than others,
Yes.
and she was screaming, right?
Yes.
And what you heard her say, if I understand your testimony, was that she just said, "Is he alive?" Correct?
That's what I recall. Correct.
In a loud voice,
Yes.
in a distraught voice,
Yes.
while she was crying.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
There's nothing, Mr. Lally, right?
No, no.
All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is your next witness?
I mean, totally useless.
Miss
witness
Katie
there.
McLaughlin.
Okay, so this is another first responder.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and swear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to speak into that microphone nice and loud.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Katie McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
Probably about 7 years at this point.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you do sort of within that general field?
I worked as an EMT basic for Brewster Ambulance. Went to paramedic school. I eventually became a paramedic for Brewster Ambulance, and I worked there for a few years before getting on the fire department.
And just briefly, but prior to becoming a paramedic or working as a paramedic, what, if any, sort of training did you receive in regard, or certification did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
So it's a 2-year schooling where you have about a year of didactic. There's a lecture portion for about a year. And then after that, there's about a year to a year and a half of clinical training that's done in an ER and then done in an ambulance. So that whole period is around 2 years.
And prior to working at the Canton Fire Department, you received certification from the state or some other sources being a paramedic, correct?
Yes, it's through the state and through a national registry.
And both those certifications through the state and the national registry, are those granted sort of forever, or is there like a continuing educational component and a recertification process?
So you recertify every 2 years. You have to take continuing education classes in that 2-year period. And that's just on a 2-year cycle you recertify.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the dates of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
And were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working from the 28th to the 29th?
It was just my regular 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift in Canton Fire is essentially 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you sort of assigned within the town of Canton Fire Department on that day?
So I was on the engine for that shift. So I was the third person on the engine. There's an engine driver, there's an officer, and then there's a third person who's in the back.
And so your sort of role with respect to the engine, is there sort of like a name for that position?
Some people call it like the back step. Yeah.
And which station house were you assigned to on that engine 3 day?
The Station 1, which is 99 Revere Street.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else, was assigned to the other sort of two roles on the engine?
Frank Walsh was the engine driver that day, and Greg Woodbury was the lieutenant on the engine that day.
Now, turning your attention to that morning of the 29th, do you recall about what time you got up or what time you went outside that day?
I think we were up maybe a little before 6 because it was snowing, and we had to like shovel the front apron. So we were up maybe 5 a.m.
And so when you were up around that time, around 5 a.m. and outside, you were outside shoveling, is that correct?
Yep. Intermittently.
Sorry?
Intermittently, yeah.
So during the times that you were outside shoveling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather, what conditions at that point?
It was snowing pretty heavily. It had been snowing. We were shoveling, and it was pretty cold and windy.
And if you know around that time that you initially sort of went out and were shoveling, about how much snow had accumulated at that point?
I don't know how much. I mean, enough for us to shovel that front apron, but I don't know how much.
Sometime shortly after 6 a.m., were you and other members of your department dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that dispatch in regard?
So the call came in as a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow. And the call was 434 Fairview Road.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that residence on Fairview Road?
How long?
Yes.
We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so in addition to yourself and Firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call for?
The ambulance was dispatched as well. And I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robery.
And with respect to the ambulance, if you know who, if anyone, was assigned to the ambulance and went with the ambulance that day?
Firefighter Kelly and Firefighter Flamati were on that ambulance. And I believe Tim Nuttall was also there. He came in early, and so he jumped on the ambulance as well.
And with respect to when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5, the ambulance, and the fire engine?
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene that day?
I noticed there were multiple police vehicles, and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of an unresponsive male party, correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher because I knew that from wherever they were, they seemed to be kind of off of the road. So I got the stretcher with firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb, and that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so if I could just ask you, just with regard to sort of those duties as the backstep person, so what is sort of the duties and responsibilities of the backstep person on the engine to this kind of medical?
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
And turning back to your testimony just a moment ago, you said they were over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim, I noted Tony, and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did note Tony and Tim were in that area.
So as far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that area?
I don't know specifically. What do you mean? Like
as far as
outside of the
right. So outside of fire department personnel in that area, what, if any, observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
Well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like off of the road at that point.
And so from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, and just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learned the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
And who did you learn him?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighters?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number, several feet away. They were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Flamati and or Nuttall or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher.
And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened?
So I remember Tony was kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me, and Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so firefighter Famati, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before.
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? That's record to reflect identification independent by the witness.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant doing while you're asking those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was just kind of following her, and then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, "I hit him." She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, "You're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical." She repeated, "I hit him." And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, "You what?" She repeated it one more time.
It's a goddamn lie.
And that officer then signaled to somebody, "Get Goody down here," which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
So when you have this conversation, if you recall, you mentioned that the other person who was across from you was that somebody from your department, or an officer, or a civilian, or who was that?
So I was standing, Karen Reed was to my right. There was another woman to the left of me, kind of across from her. And then there was a police officer kind of not directly across from me, but within the same kind of area that was more closer to Karen, I would say.
You know who that officer was?
I don't.
You know who the female or civilian person that was across from you? Do you know what that person's name is?
No.
And with respect to when Ms. Reed said this repeatedly, I hit it. Can you describe for the jury sort of the tonality of that? Like, how did she seem?
She was very, very upset. She seemed hysterical, I would even say. Just very upset.
But once you received that information, did you follow up with any other questions to Ms. Reed at that point?
At that point, I did not. I have to drive the ambulance, so it's a time-sensitive situation. So I knew I had to drive the ambulance. It was said in the presence of the police officer, so I felt like that was the appropriate, that information was appropriately transferred. And I just felt, based on her demeanor, I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue to ask her questions at that point.
And so after asking and receiving that answer of I hit him, where did you go?
So I went to the ambulance.
And in reference to the ambulance, did you go to the back of the ambulance, the front of the ambulance? Where did you go?
So I went to the back of the ambulance where the patient care was happening.
And as far as the information that you had received from the defendant, did you relay that information to any of the other firefighters from your department in the back of the ambulance?
I did.
And you recall who was there in the back of the ambulance when you relayed that?
Tony was there, Tim, I think maybe firefighter Kelly, firefighter Walsh maybe might have been in there at that point.
Now, as far as when you get to the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you do with reference to assist or help as far as patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't assist or partake in any patient care.
Now, prior to putting Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and prior to your conversation with the defendant, what, if any, observations had you made during the brief time that you were on the side of the stretcher of Mr. O'Keefe and any injuries you observed?
I noted he had injuries to his face. I noticed some blood from his nose, from his mouth, and most notably, he had some swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above the right eye.
And same as far as when you went to the back of the ambulance to relay the information that you have been asked to obtain. What, if any, injuries did you observe from Mr. O'Keefe once he was in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. I observed those injuries in the back of the ambulance. I didn't observe those injuries while he was out on the stretcher. I didn't get a good look at him.
You really hadn't got a good look until you went
Right.
back.
Right.
Now, as far as you indicated, you drove the ambulance from Fairview. Where did you go to?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And as you were driving that ambulance along the roads from Canton to Brockton, what, if anything, did you note as far as visibility, road conditions, things like that?
There was poor visibility. The roads weren't plowed yet, so it took probably longer than usual based on the conditions.
And I apologize, but if I can take you just a step back further for a moment, just in reference to when you're in the back of the ambulance, you indicated the injuries that you observed. What, if any, observations did you make as far as the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I noted that he was wearing jeans. I noticed a lighter, like a black zip-up jacket or sweatshirt. It was like a lighter jacket. I noticed he had one sneaker on, and that was it.
You recall which foot the sneaker was on?
I don't.
Wow. How does nobody remember which foot it was
All right,
on?
could I see counsel
you
for a
notice
second,
He's wearing
please?
one sneaker. Your memory is there of him laying there. How do you not remember which sneaker it was? This woman is full of shit. Dude. I mean, 2 different first responders who remember all of these other details, and they remember specifically that he's wearing one shoe, but don't remember which foot it was on. Now, that doesn't necessarily prove or disprove anything, but what it does is just makes their testimony sound more suspect. Like as if they were coached to say that his foot was on, or that he was missing a shoe. That's like how it comes off. As to the purpose, I don't know. A strategy to sound like you're being honest. But I mean, and then the shoe is found way later. Well, Benjamin John, she said that he had a light zip-up hoodie, a light zip-up jacket, not a heavy, puffy jacket. So far, Nuttall's the only one who said that. Nuttall is the only one who has said that John O'Keefe, and specifically, it wasn't like it's something that you would mistake. He said specifically that he was wearing that he was dressed for the weather and had a heavy jacket on, a heavy puffy coat on. That's not a mistake. That's not a very small variance in detail. That's huge. So what is going on here? And also, while we're waiting, it should be pointed out that this is also supposedly Caitlin Albert's friend, or at least at one point was her best friend or something like that. So she has personal connections. There is clearly a conflict of interest here. She has personal connections with that house, with one of the residents of that house.
Trying to figure out some logistical things because we're going to go on a view tomorrow. We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on the view after we finish with firefighter testimony. So, but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully for court, but wear comfortable shoes at least for tomorrow. So those 3 cautions: please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And for the view, I'll give you some preliminary instructions on that just before we leave. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
Goodbye.
Okay, so that's it for the day, folks. Gotta do it right. There we go. So we're seeing a few things here. There's a pattern starting to build, a pattern of a lack of a pattern. There's a pattern to this lack of it's very weird. Let me try to explain a little bit better. So we're seeing the paramedics. We heard a police officer say that he heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him." Then we hear a first responder say that he heard, "I hit him, I hit him," and then another one say that he didn't hear that. And then another one say that he didn't hear that either. That he heard, he's dead, he's fucking dead, right? So now we're also hearing one of them who states that he heard he's dead, or I hit him, excuse me. Nuttall says this, but Nuttall also testified that he was wearing a heavy, puffy jacket. Nobody else has testified to this. Everyone else says that he was wearing light clothing. And they all testified that that he was missing a shoe, but none can remember which shoe was missing. How do you not remember that? If you remember standing over the person and you're working on the person, I would have been like, well, yeah, it was his left shoe. Why wouldn't you remember that? To me, I find that very, very suspicious and strange. And then on top of this, we're seeing this person here, this last person who has a relationship with Caitlin Albert, who I'm not sure exactly who she's the daughter of. I think she's Brian's daughter. I'm not sure exactly. Somebody in chat correct me on that, please, because I know a lot of you guys know. So I'm interested in understanding that the nature of that relationship. And okay, Brian and Nicole's daughter, right? So that right there, I mean, again, that right there stinks of Brian and Nicole Albert coaching someone. I mean, this is crazy. And a lot of people don't know this, but, you know, Judge Bev was asked earlier on, and I mean months and months ago, there was a motion filed for her to recuse herself due to her personal connection to the Albert family, meaning that years ago, Chris Albert, who sits on the Canton Select Board, might as well be a mayor. He sits on the Canton Select Board, and he hit someone with his car and killed them years ago. Waited till the next day. He ran from the scene and then waited for till the next day to turn himself in. Did a little bit of time for it. But his attorney was Judge Beverly Cannoni's brother. So why didn't she recuse herself? And this isn't talked about now. I said that it was only me and Turtle Boy that have talked about it because Turtle Boy is the one who discovered this and exposed it. But I believe I've heard Melanie Little talk about it too. So little correction there. Now, why this is happening, why this trial is going on is insane. That's why I'm titling it SHAM. I know that I could probably get more viewers if I title it trial and, you know, whatever, but I just refuse to call this a trial. This is a fucking sham. This should not be happening. There's an insane, I mean, Jackson was a rock star here because Jackson points out that when he has this this gentleman, what's the name? Flamati on the stand. He basically says, okay, well, if you heard her say, I hit him, well, where is that in any report? He's asked every single one of these, show me in a report. Even you didn't report this to a police officer, to a state trooper. If there was, you sat there with Yuri Buchanan, you gave him a statement. He took a statement from you, and at no point you thought it was important to tell him that you heard her admit that she hit him with the car. This doesn't come up until grand jury testimony. So it's real important that the jury hears this. It's very, very interesting. This brings me to what I think is this really interesting dynamic between Yannetti and Jackson. what I'm picking up, and it's a little early to tell, but I feel like I'm picking up this dynamic between them where Yannetti will be the person who just kind of gets the facts on the record for the most part, but when it comes to a cutthroat, and Yannetti will just kind of corner, he'll set everything up. What he's setting up mostly is for closing arguments, right? So he's setting everything up. He's just kind of putting everything in place. Jackson's the one who goes for the throat when it comes to catching someone on a lie. Corner him, catch him on a lie. Oh my God. Hold on.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a
Hans Gruber. Thank you so much. Motion was centered around Sean McCabe. I don't believe the brothers' connection was known at the time. Okay. Thank you for that. And you win handle of the day, Hans Gruber. The code key. The code key. It's a very nice suit. Be ashamed to ruin it. So yeah, there's, I mean, not a whole lot of bombshells in today's. So until Monday, we're not going to really hear much. I know that there was a motion filed. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. There we go. I'm not sure if I can read this too well. Hold on. A court conducted view. It says Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, order regarding protocol, public attendance, and media coverage of view. A court conducted view will take place on Friday, May 3rd. Okay, so this is in regards to the media coverage in regards to the viewing of the crime scene tomorrow. Which would be 34 Fairview Road. A court-conducted view will take place on Friday, May 3rd, 2024 in the morning. In order to ensure the safety and well-being of all trial participants, the defendant's right to fair trial by an impartial jury, and the dignity of the proceedings, the court enters the following order. In accordance with Rule 119(2)(b), the court prohibits the filming or photographing of any juror at any time, including during court proceedings and the court-conducted view. No person shall contact, follow, interview, or communicate in any way with a jury prior to the discharge of the jury or otherwise harass or tamper with a juror. During the view, individuals governed by the order must remain at least 100 yards away from the jurors. So ordered, Beverly Canoni. So there we go. Now, I still got quite a few of you in here. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Now, strap yourselves in, folks, because this is going to take a minute. I have not watched this yet, but I'm going to play it in high speed because it's like 40 minutes long.
When Karen Reed shows up to court, she receives a hero's welcome. There are women and men dressed in pink cheering her on. 200 feet away from the courthouse, there are supporters carrying signs, wearing buttons, protesting the prosecution of a woman accused of murdering a Boston police officer, her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Prosecutors say Karen Reed, in a fit of jealous rage, put her car in reverse and struck John O'Keefe on purpose, then left the scene as he died in the cold. Tonight, we are live from Blue Ribbon Barbecue in Dedham, Massachusetts, as our coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial continues. Today, we went to Canton to retrace retrace the steps of Karen and John. And tonight, we look at what prosecutors say happened, and we'll bring in our own experts to see if it makes sense. Then we'll examine the disputed Google search evidence and the broken taillight evidence as we continue our investigation of the tragic death of Officer John O'Keefe. I'm Vinny Politan. We are live at Blue Ribbon Barbecue, downtown Dedham, Massachusetts.
I've gotten a lot of requests to go over this. I was kind of taking a personal day yesterday, and and yeah.
Is where Karen Reed is on trial for the murder of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We have a lot to get to in this program, but let's start and go back to that night. It was a snowy night. There was a storm coming in, and people were preparing for it. It was a Friday night, so I think most folks in the neighborhood knew that it was going to be a slow weekend. There weren't going to be many activities, so on Friday night, you could go out. You could enjoy yourself, and that's exactly what Officer John O'Keefe was doing with his girlfriend, Karen Reed. They were doing a little bit of bar hopping in downtown Canton, and during the night, they spent a couple hours in one place, some time in another place, and
you could tell by Vinny's demeanor that he's definitely leaning towards the Karen Reed is innocent.
That's where things
narrative
changed dramatically. But what exactly happened that night is what this trial is about, because you have two sides saying two completely different things. You've got prosecutors saying murder, and you have a defendant who says, I'm innocent, I didn't do it. And the people who are accusing me of murder are the ones who did it and are framing me. So there is a lot at stake here, and there's a division in this town. There's a division in that courtroom. So after the bar hopping, that's where they end up at the Alberts home. And there's an after party going on from people who were hanging out that night in downtown Canton. The following morning is when John O'Keefe is found buried in that snowstorm. So the snow started in the overnight. And when John O'Keefe was found, the snow started to pile up about 6 inches of snow that morning. And that contributed to his death. Whatever caused those injuries, plus being left out in the snow to die. Whoever did it, whoever is responsible for it. And that's really the question. Like, how did it happen? How did it happen? How does Officer John O'Keefe go from enjoying a night off from not serving and protecting the people of Boston as an officer, but enjoying some time with his girlfriend, with friends, with other police officers? How does he go from that to he is dead on the front lawn, left out there by someone? Who did it? So today, what I did is we went down to Canton. We went to downtown Canton to try to retrace some of the steps of John O'Keefe, of Karen Reed, to try to understand what was going on that night, where they went, and how it could have ended the way it did. I'm here in downtown Canton, which is sort of the focal point for the social life for many of the locals. And that night, that Friday night at about 7:30, John O'Keefe met some buddies down here at C.F. McCarthy's. And they hung out here for a little while. And then at about 9 o'clock, Karen Reed showed up and joined John here. And they stayed for just under 2 hours. At about 10:54, they left McCarthy's, went across the street and down the road to another bar called The Waterfall. The Waterfall is just a short walk from C.F. McCarthy's, and when John and Karen got here, they went inside.
What's that?
And there were a few other groups. The Waterfall is just McCarthy's, went across the street and joined John here. And they hung out here for a little while. And then at about 9 o'clock, Karen Reed showed up and joined John here. And they stayed for just under 2 hours. At about 10:54, they left McCarthy's, went across the street and down the road to another bar called The Waterfall. The Waterfall is just a short walk from C.F. McCarthy's, and when John and Karen got here, they went inside. And there were a few other groups that were inside, including the Alberts. Brian and Nicole Albert were there with family, celebrating, having a good time. The McCabe's were also there. So John and Karen hung out with them for a while until midnight when the Waterfall closed. At that point, the Alberts invited everyone to their house for an after party. So John and Karen left the Waterfall, got into Karen's car, and went to the Alberts. So Karen's driving, John's in the passenger seat, and they're on Cedar Crest Road, approaching where the after party is. And as
here's the problem that I have with all of the major media coverage. Why isn't anyone talking about the fact that Colin Albert sits on, or I keep saying that, I'm so sorry, that Chris Albert sits on the select board, and that John went to see him early on in the day at D&E Pizza? Why isn't Vinny talking about that? Why isn't Court TV talking about that? Why isn't Law and Crime talking about that? Why isn't Boston 10 talking about that? Why isn't the Boston Globe talking about that? Why isn't Boston 25 talking about that? So on and so forth. Because I think that's a pretty big deal. I think that that's a pretty major detail to consider, considering these third-party culprits that have been brought up. I think it's very, very irresponsible to leave this out from the public's knowledge. And I think it's something that needs to be discussed. Why is Chris Albert's name being deflected out of this? And is it happening on purpose? That's the question that I have. Is it happening on purpose? Are they deliberately leaving Chris Albert's name out of this? Because the fact that John O'Keefe went to D&E Pizza earlier that day is conveniently being left out of this entire story when being told. Because you got to understand, there are these little tidbits that need to be pointed out as well. Like the little detail that Ken Mello personally weaponized a law that is already unconstitutional against 10 people, at least 10 people. That would be Turtle Boy and the Canton Nine. And then, in order to weaponize that, weaponize the Canton Police Department. And the reason why that happened was because he got a call directly from D&E Pizza. Why is this being left out? You've got Chris Albert, who John O'Keefe went to see and speak to earlier that day on the 28th of January, 2022. Then, fast forward after everything, after the arrest, after Turtle Boy's arrest, after Karen Reed is charged, after there's so many motions hearings, Chris Albert weaponizes the Norfolk County DA, who then in turn weaponizes the Canton Police Department to rob people of their First Amendment rights. See what I mean? It's important that you do, because what I'm stating is fact and can absolutely be verified by Turtle Boy himself. Can absolutely, because Turtle Boy is the one who's exposed it.
As they get to this intersection, there's another car approaching at the same time with Ryan Nagel in it. He flashes, so Karen goes first and makes the right on their way to the home where the party is. Now, the car that flashed its lights also going there, Ryan Nagel, to pick up his sister. So Karen and John stop the car initially close to the driveway, and Nagel is pulling up behind them. So Karen and John pull up a little bit further and stop just up in this area of the house. And then at that point, there's a conversation between Ryan and his sister. She decides not to go. And then Ryan passes John and Karen in their car and takes off. We've got a great panel of guests tonight. I want to introduce who we have. Joining us remotely tonight, Rusty Haight. He's a director of Collision Safety Institute. He's an accident reconstructionist. Great to have you with us. Our next guest, of course, you recognize him, Kenny Kinsey and Associates, the star of the Alec Murdaugh trial. I always say that because it's true. He's joining us as well. And joining me here at Blue Ribbon Barbecue, Dr. Priya Banerjee, board-certified forensic pathologist, and Kevin Lanahan, YouTube creator. Yellow Cottage Tales is the name of the program. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Kevin, let me begin with you. So did I get it right? Did I get it right about who was where and what this was all about?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So they get to the house. How many people do we think are inside? Do we know?
Well, at the time that John and Karen arrived, 11 people.
11, okay.
There were a few people. People have to understand there were kind of two get-togethers here. First, there was Brian Albert Jr.'s had a kind of a birthday get-together there. Probably party is too strong a word. Now, those people were mostly leaving as the after-hours party began.
Okay, excellent. So this is what I want to do, because we have our experts here. I want to get into what really happened here, or what one side is saying happened here, what the other side is saying happened here. One of them's got to be true, I hope, right? So let's begin with how she left the scene. So Karen Reed left by herself. We know that because John O'Keefe's in the snow. We don't know how he ended up in the snow. But there's one of two different ways that have been described as to how Karen Reed left that scene. Let's take a look. When Karen Reed left, witnesses say that she went in the same way and in the same direction she was facing when she pulled up next to the car. So let's do that right now. So when Karen Reed's leaving, she says she does.
I'm sorry, man. Like I'm seeing Brian in the background from LTL. And I feel like at any moment he's gonna like do like what Jim Carrey was doing in that In Living Color skit, where he's just like where there's like a news reporter and he's just like behind him, and like it's at the beach and he's like doing all this stuff behind the camera. Puts like the beach ball there to make it look like he's got boobs. Oh my god, dude! Like it's just the visual I got seeing. He and Brian just back there like, oh my.
She does a 3-point turn, so I'm going to do that right now. Point one, you make first turn, then you throw it in reverse. This is the dangerous part. Could she have hit him backing up here? That's not what the prosecution's saying. They say he's going 24 miles an hour. And then she pulls away back towards the way she came from, right to that intersection where she saw the flashing lights. All right, so let's take another look at this 3-point turn. Now, this is what no one is saying. Karen Reed said that she did a 3-point turn to leave in one of her statements. So could this be the way that John O'Keefe was struck? Accidentally. She didn't realize it. Neither side is claiming that, but I'm putting it out there. Dr. Priya Banerjee, based upon the level of injuries and everything else that we know to this point, does that seem possible to you that a simple 3-point turn could have done the damage that ended John O'Keefe's life?
I think you can. I think it's quite a possibility. And obviously we don't have the full constellation of injuries released yet, but we do know that his upper body was unscathed and somehow he landed on the back of his head, right? Hitting the ground. So I think potentially at a slow speed, right? If you have a slight bump and if he can't catch himself for whatever reason, he could end up falling back. And that actually wouldn't have significant injury on the body, you know, at a lower speed.
Let me ask Rusty Haight about that. Rusty, what are your thoughts? A simple 3-point turn. I grew up calling it a K turn. You do it at a very slow speed. What are your thoughts about that? With a car, you've got a backup camera. I don't know if this car has the safety feature that jams you and prevents you from striking something behind you. But what are your thoughts about that?
Well, you can have a short distance across the road, 3-point turn kind of thing. But my understanding, she was supposed to have been backing several feet, 25-ish feet or something, and that's not the 3-point turn that you demonstrated, and that's not across the road. But let's assume that she's just backing across the width of the road and bumps him and knocks him down. I agree with the doctor that hitting his head on the pavement, could cause a significant injury, but I don't think there would have been an injury from the car in that case. And I understand there's some broken glass, broken taillight. That's a little bit tough to imagine in that scenario as well. There would have had to be a little bit more speed than I think they could have gotten in that scenario, the 3-point turn kind of thing.
There you go.
Dr. Kenny Kinsey, what are your thoughts about a simple 3-point turn, low speed, causing the type of injuries and damage to the car, the cracked tail light, which is the right rear tail light?
Thank you, Vinny. I have to agree with a little bit of both of my cohorts here. I do agree that I believe these injuries could have been caused in that manner. And I believe it all depends on the victim's center of gravity. If his center of gravity is level with the impact point of that vehicle, then we probably will not have this. But if for whatever reason it is lower and he ends up under that vehicle, I do believe this is possible.
Okay, now I want to get to, go ahead. Was that you, Rusty?
I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so what I want to show everyone now is we heard in the opening statement that the prosecution says they have evidence that Karen Reed's car is going in reverse 24 miles an hour for 62 feet. 24 miles an hour, 62 feet. So again, as I was at the scene, I threw it in reverse. I'll show you that. And this is me going in reverse, but I'm not going to be going 24 miles an hour, but I am going.
Now, keep in mind, according to Jen McCabe's and Matt McCabe's statements, they describe watching Karen Reed from the moment that she pulls her SUV up to the property. She even directs her to pull up behind her vehicle. So she says this. And she states basically she describes the SUV doing everything up until the SUV leaves the property of 34 Fairview, drives away, gone, right? But never sees this 3-point turn, never sees this accident or deliberate murder. I mean, she never sees it. She sees the car do everything except the crime. She doesn't see it. She doesn't see or hear Karen gun the SUV Lexus in reverse and strike John O'Keefe. Officer John O'Keefe. And I find it interesting. Let me reiterate that thought. Why is the Commonwealth making it a point to refer to him as Mr. O'Keefe, while the defense refers to him as Officer John O'Keefe? The jury hears this. The jury hears this. What is Lolly doing? I mean, one of the questions on the questionnaire for the jury was, do you have a problem with the police? I would assume that question is there so that they don't have a problem with the police. They don't get people on the jury who has a problem with the police. So why would you not want to show this fallen officer respect by referring to him by his simple title that he has earned? Because once you become a cop, you're a cop. You're no longer Mr. O'Keefe. You're no longer a civilian. Mr. is a title for a civilian. John O'Keefe served his city, the city of Boston, as a Boston police officer. So therefore, he earned the title Officer John O'Keefe. Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe. The jury has to hear this. The jury has to catch whenever Lolly will correct a witness. One witness actually said it, Officer O'Keefe, and that he corrected them and said, oh, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe, and then he went, oh, Mr. O'Keefe. It was fucking bizarre. So why is that happening? What is Lolly doing?
Going about 60 feet. Let's take a look at it. All right, I'm going to back up. I'm going to go between 3 and 4 miles an hour. Okay, so that's about 60 feet. Now, I was going 4 miles an hour, so now we speed it up to 6 times, which would be about 24 miles an hour, if my math is right. Yeah, let me ask you, as we watch this, and I don't, take what you want from it. Let me ask you, Rusty, about 24 miles an hour in reverse for 60 feet. What questions do you have about that? What would you expect to see if some level of contact was made with someone at that speed?
Well, my understanding of the other difference between that and what you did was there's supposed to be snow on the road. Getting up to 24 and keeping going straight in reverse at 24 miles an hour on a snowy road strikes me as something a little bit on the tough side. But then notwithstanding, the other thing that catches my eye is some of the literature, there's supposed to be specifically 24.
My man, it's fucking impossible. It's not a little on the tough side, dude.
0.2 miles an hour, which suggests perhaps they have something from the car's event data recorder. But this kind of car requires a pretty good impact to have recorded an event. To record data associated with some sort of impact. And it's tough to imagine that with the pedestrian, with the body, and especially to the back end of the car. So I'm not quite 100% confident on that 24 mile an hour number.
All right, Dr. Kenny Kinsey, I've got something else I want to show you. So I did go to the scene and drive 24 miles an hour, but I drove it straight because I wasn't going to do it going backwards. Let's take a look at that. All right, what I'm going to do is drive 24 miles an hour, just to give you an idea of how fast that is over the course of 60 feet, which isn't that far. Here we go. I'm now going 26 miles an hour, but it took me a while to get that fast. Okay, now we're going to show you the video in reverse. Let's take a look. Again, so we can see what 24 miles an hour looks like. So let me ask you, Dr. Kenny Kinsey, 24 miles an hour in reverse, what would you expect to see at the scene? Is this consistent? Is this plausible?
Vinny, once again, I've got to say that it is possible with a little caveat. It's going to depend on the victim's position, and it's certainly going to depend on when the driver of that vehicle applied brakes and changed the momentum. Just think underneath that vehicle, if that center of gravity of that victim is lower than the midpoint of that vehicle or the area of impact, then he's got only one direction to go, and that's under the vehicle. But I think it'll go back to the injuries and the type of injuries, and if they can't replicate and prove what under that vehicle carriage, if it's not the bumper, as Rusty said, or it's not enough impact for the lens cover to cause that injury, if they can't attribute it to something.
Now it's interesting. Now I don't know if this is court TV doing this deliberately. I mean, I think they're doing this deliberately, but I'm speculating as to the reasons why they're doing it deliberately, which is not bringing up the fact that the defense has claimed that there's an independent federal investigator who conducted these experiments or whatever and have reached the conclusion that John O'Keefe was not struck by a vehicle, that his injuries are not consistent with someone who was struck by a vehicle. But they're leaving this out. Why is Court TV leaving this out? Because it's a pretty significant piece of information, no? Especially if you're sitting here doing this accident reconstruction bit, why wouldn't you point this out? Because it's important to keep the people aware. Like, why wouldn't Court TV make it a point to point out if they are going through the trouble of making this whole bit of reconstructing the vehicle going at 24 miles per hour, backwards, forwards, whatever? Why not just state that one fact? Because it's public record. I mean, we all watched it live where Yannetti brings this up. Yannetti says that, or was it Jackson? It could have been Jackson. That an independent, I think it was Yannetti, an independent federal investigator concluded that this was impossible. That it didn't happen. I mean, and you don't have to say it to be like, well, that's what happened. Just that it was in one of the motions hearings, it was brought up and addressed. So why isn't this being pointed out?
There's something under that carriage, and I see it being a problem for the prosecution.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Dr. Freeman.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I have a question about, would you expect airbag deployment at the higher speed that's quoted?
Airbags are designed for frontal impacts. There's not going to be any airbag deployed in a rear end or
I
the
see.
impact to the back of the car ever. The only time that would happen is on a very small number of cars that have rear window airbags, and that's mostly overseas.
Okay, thank you.
Rusty, let me ask you a follow-up question about the information that you get from the car itself. What I don't know, what do they record? I just presume they record everything we do.
No, it's not a flight data recorder like in an airplane, the black box sort of thing. It's what's called an event data recorder. So it's very limited. It only records specific data elements in specific severity crashes. So she would have had to have had what's called a change of speed or a delta V of at least 5 miles an hour, 8 kilometers an hour in about 0.15 seconds to cause an event to be recorded. And that's very tough, hitting a pedestrian, hitting a body. The mass difference between the car and the body is probably not going to allow for that, especially in a rear end crash. I can't see that any kind of event data would have been recorded as a function of her hitting a body, put his head, let's say, near the tailgate on that SUV.
Why not?
It's just not going to happen. I just don't see how it would be a related.
Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it pick up that event? Why wouldn't a Lexus, for the kind of money that you pay for a fucking Lexus, and it has the technology to record an event, why wouldn't it pick up the event of striking a man down in reverse when it has reverse cameras, all of these things? And it should also be noted that I believe it was Proctor. It was either Proctor or Buchanan who testified in front of the grand jury that their data expert, the one who collects this data from the Lexus SUV, submitted a report stating that, and we saw this report, we have this report, stated that sorry, Clever was chewing on something. I want to make sure it was something he was okay for him to chew on. I pretty much Clever proofed this place. The report basically states that no data could be retrieved, but it was their expert opinion. Now, this is a data expert. This is what's interesting. That, and it's in the report. It's absolutely contradicts itself. This person's job is to retrieve the data from the Lexus SUV, the event data from the Lexus SUV, and then determine what the event says. And then it says that he states in his report that no data could be retrieved. Right? So let's just say that this gentleman's correct, right? Let's just say that this gentleman is absolutely correct, because that still helps the defense. It absolutely helps the defense, because if it wouldn't, I mean, it's not going to pick it up, right? It's not going to pick it up. But how would this data expert who retrieved no data then say that it was his expert determination that John was a victim of vehicular homicide. It states that. How can this data expert state that he could not have collected any data, that he was unable to retrieve data from the Lexus SUV and then determine, in my expert opinion, John O'Keefe was a victim of vehicular homicide? How did you come to that conclusion when you could not retrieve any data? You're not qualified on any level other than to come to that conclusion if you, based on the data that you retrieve. Based on the data that you retrieve, you can come to that conclusion, maybe, because there was an event. It picked up an event, right? Okay. But if there was no data, then there was no event. And so how could you reach the conclusion that he was a victim of vehicular homicide? It makes no sense at all.
Related event. Dr. Kenny Kinsey, as this trial progresses, and it's going to be over the course of weeks, what type of evidence, what do you think will be significant in helping this jury figure out what happened there? And what's going to help the expert describe to the jury what they believe happened here?
Benny, it's as easy, and we like to make it complicated, but it's as easy as comparing a known and unknown. And if they can attribute those injuries to something on or under that vehicle or something on the road or street in the vicinity of that victim, then I believe they're going to have an easier time. But as I've said since the beginning, since those photos were released or leaked out, if they can't attribute something to the patterns on those injuries, I see an issue. I believe cause and manner have to be proven before they can ever attack intent. And hopefully they've got it and they're just holding it in tight like most prosecutors do.
All right, Kevin, I know you put together the animation. We're gonna roll that right now and just describe what it's based upon. How you came.
Here we go.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. I struggled all summer trying to make sense, like all of us here, the injuries combined, what we know about the injuries combined with the damage to the vehicle, right? So John is found 6 to 12 feet on the lawn. Next to him, combined, what we
it's based upon. How you came to.
Yeah, so I just.
All right, folks. You know we got to do it. You know we got to do it.
I'm sorry, I struggled all summer trying to make sense, like all of us here, the injuries combined, what we know about the injuries combined with the damage to the vehicle, right? So John is found 6 to 12 feet on the lawn. Next to him with the grass where there's no snow is accumulated, there are cocktail pieces. And we're told that the only injuries below his neck were possibly traumatic injury to the pancreas. We do also know he was knocked out of a shoe. And yet there was also damage to the car. There was DNA and a hair found in the car and a tail light is cracked. So I really struggled to try to understand how a vehicle could make that head wound and not damage his torso.
Not damage his torso. So
this is an attempt at that.
Right. So, yeah, he left the drink in the street, which
yeah.
I get it. All right. I want to thank Rusty Hay and Dr. Kenny Kinsey. Thank you so much for your insight and your expertise. We appreciate it, and I guarantee we'll be calling you back again and again as this trial progresses. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, dude!
Thank you.
I got
We
to
appreciate.
one
All
more
right.
time.
I want to thank.
So this is an attempt at that.
Right. Yeah. He left the drink in the.
Here we go. Here we go. Plevin's like, yikes, man. Okay. I feel like this is the first time I'm realizing how fucking stupid this was. And then, hold on, we got to see Vinny's reaction here. Y'all ready?
Head wound and not damage his torso.
And so not damage his torso. So
this is an attempt at that.
Right.
Yeah.
He left the drink in the street, which yeah. I get it. All right.
My God.
Yeah, he left the drink in the street, which yeah. I get it. All right. Yeah. I get it. All right. Yeah. I get it. All right.
I want to thank Rusty Hay and Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Vinny's like, anyway. Holy shit. Dude, is this fucking real, bro? Is this fucking real? What is happening right now, dude? Dude. Oh my God. Okay. Give me 1 second, folks. I got thoughts. I'll let this play, but I'll let this play. Hold on.
Kinsey, thank you so much for your insight and your expertise. We appreciate it. And I guarantee we'll be calling you back again and again as this trial progresses. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you.
And thanks to Dr. Priya Banerjee. Great to see you. Kevin's going to stay with us. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Google search. Hose long to die in the cold. Plus, coming up next hour. In Boise, Idaho, the doomsday prophet Chad Daybell on trial and facing the death penalty. We are live from Boise with all the big moments.
What did you determine her manner of death to be?
We determined her manner of death to be homicide, and it means to us that another person was involved in that person's death. It does not imply intent, although it does not exclude it either.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
Okay. I've got some thoughts because all right, listen. Like, I'll never be a guest on Court TV or News Nation or Law and Crime. I've got my own way of doing things here. I understand. I'm self-aware. I understand that I'm what's known as a bad look. Okay. I like the words cunt and retard too much for these large channels and platforms with an image to uphold to have a guy like me on. Fair enough. But Plevin, like you guys at this point, at what point does Court TV decide? I mean, at what point does Court TV realize that they have this really bad judgment when it comes to bringing panel guests on to discuss a case? You know what I mean? Like, they've had fucking Dolly Vision on there before, like it's, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Nick, I've heard that, and we're gonna continue to watch Nick again because he always knocks it out of the park. I haven't watched it yet, but I mean, and then you've got Koffendorfer, who, I mean, in all fairness, she hasn't been up there in a minute, but at this point, Hubbard, can you stop doing that, buddy? Please go lie down over there. Go lie down. Thank you. No, Clever, no. Go lie down. I know. I love you too. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. Just go lie down. Please go lie down. I'm trying to talk here, dude. I know. I love you too, buddy. Go lay down. Now, go. Off. Good boy. Thank you. So, but like, it's like they just keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Do they vet? Because I wonder how that was pitched. I wonder if Plevin was like, hey, Vinny, I've actually recreated a simulation of that evening, of what possibly took place, as far as Karen Reed being able to strike John O'Keefe with her SUV without him sustaining any bodily injuries, as opposed to, the neck up. So I just wanted to, and Vinny probably didn't even get to see it yet. He was just like, okay, cool, let's do that. Producer, pull that shit up, have that shit ready. And they just played it like 10 times. You don't speak to Vinny before going on the show. So I guess he pitched that shit to a producer. I mean, because Vinny's reaction to it was fucking priceless. That shit was just funny. I mean, dude, like at this point, I feel like they see that Coffindoffer, it makes no sense that she has been dead wrong about everything, and she makes a complete and utter ass of herself on Twitter on a daily. So I would imagine that at some point they were like, dude, no, okay, that's it, no. But then it's like, all right, well, let's put Plevin on. I mean, I feel like Court TV, you guys are like a regular drunk dude at the bar who just has poor judgment every night with the woman he picks up and takes home. It's like you're drunk. I'm just gonna say it, Court TV. It's like you're fucking drunk, dude. Like, what is going on? What are you guys doing? I mean, this whole time there's been this narrative that's been spun that Karen Reed is guilty until Vinny just started really pressing and asking the right questions. He's the only one. He's the only one. Every other correspondent I've seen on Court TV is twisting this narrative. You guys have accused these protesters outside of being paid by Karen Reed. I mean, it's insane what you guys are doing. It's like, the thing is, here's the thing is what being a realist like me, it affords me the luxury of seeing a circus for what it is. This case is a fucking circus, dude. And it's not Turtle Boy's fault that it's a fucking circus. It's the way that these so-called news sources that we're supposed to take seriously are approaching this shit. Because I get that this is a fucking crazy case. I get it. But I mean, do you have to just turn it into a goddamn clown show? What's wrong with just sticking to the facts? Why has nobody who works for Court TV taken the spreadsheet that Sleuthy Goosey, it's very public. I mean, and it doesn't have to be Sleuthy Goosey spreadsheet. It just, same way that she obtained everything that's in that spreadsheet. Like, why isn't there a producer on Court TV that is obtaining the information, the same way that Sleuthy Goosey did, and then do their own research and go, okay, this is what you guys got to look at. You know? I mean, and I understand that it's a lot, and they cover a lot of cases. That I understand. There's a lot of cases to cover, and there's a lot of information. You can't catch everything. But you're taking the word of the people with the worst credibility in covering this case. I mean, the worst credibility. Like, one might say, okay, well, Jennifer Coffindoffer having the name, you know, having the title of a former FBI agent next to her name affords her credibility, right? But the problem is that's all good and dandy until she opens her mouth. Then it takes credibility away from her that much more. Because when you have an idiot, they're just an idiot. Like Plevin up there, he's just a fucking idiot. That's all good. You know what I mean? But the problem is that when you have a fucking idiot who has former FBI agent next to her name, who's just as much, if not more, of a fucking idiot than Plevin, because I would give Plevin more credit than Coffindoffer as far as saying intelligent things. Believe it or not, I would. If I had to choose between the two, who's more likely to say something intelligent, I'm going with Plevin. I am. Easy. Over Twattendoffer any day. Any day. Easy. Right? I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with me on that. And then that's the thing is, again, you have somebody like Plevin on, you just got a fucking idiot on, you know? But if you have someone like, and it's on him that he's a fucking idiot. You could have Vinny hold back his laughter, you know, and then everybody just goes, okay, dude. He fucking bent down to pick up a cup and went bink and got fucking hit with a taillight, bro. Awesome. But then when you have a fucking idiot like Twattendoffer with the name former FBI agent Twattendoffer, former FBI agent next to her name, well then, Court TV, you look like fucking idiots. That's what happens because you are pitching her as an expert and then she sounds just fucking dumb. And not only does Court TV look bad, it makes the FBI look bad. You've got Court TV making the FBI look bad because the outcome of this case is going to do that. It may not be happening right this second on a mass level. It's happening within the community. It's been happening within the community of people who believe that Karen Read is innocent. But when it's proven that Karen Read is innocent beyond a reasonable doubt, which doesn't need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but will be, it will be. When that happens, Court TV is not only going to look like it just fucking puts morons on their platform posing as experts, but then on top of that, I mean, you're gonna say it's gonna look like you're making fun of the FBI. That's the way it's gonna come off to a lot of people. Because that's a fucking embarrassment. Jennifer Kopfendorfer is a fucking embarrassment. There's no doubt about that. Like, I mean, secondhand embarrassment every single time she is mentioning herself as an expert because of her status as a former FBI agent. And never, ever, ever saying anything that is consistent with that. I mean, never. Like, she doesn't even carry herself in that manner. It's insane. Right. Every time she opens her mouth. Every time. It's incredible. Court TV, man. Jesus.
Do it. It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Read is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Prosecutors say she ran him over on purpose and left him to die in the cold. But Read claims that she's being framed.
It smells suspicious.
After years of legal fireworks, will the truth finally be revealed?
The end game is to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people responsible.
The Killer or Cover-Up Murder Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
See, that's not true. It's not only on Court TV. There's live coverage every morning. I haven't streamed Court TV. Well, no, I streamed them streaming the trial once, but there's multiple options to watch it only on Court TV. My balls.
Welcome back. We're live at Blue Ribbon Barbecue here in downtown Dedham. But what you're looking at there, this, if you look at this sign, to me, this is the issue that really kickstarted the entire Free Karen Read movement. The hose long to die in the cold. This is the Google search. When was this search done? Was it done at 2:27 a.m. by Jennifer McCabe? If so, Karen Read's going to walk out of that courtroom. If 12 jurors believe that that's when the search was done, this case is over because there's no reason.
It's already over, dude.
For anyone to believe
it's already over. Like that's all it's going to take. Let me piggyback a little bit off of what Vinny's saying here. And Vinny's saying that once the jury sees, if they can prove that if experts can prove that she actually made that Google search at 2:27 a.m., which is going to be very easy to do. It's going to be extremely easy to do during cross-examination. It's going to be a cinch. Then this case is over. Vinny's words. This case is over. And I mean, people, you can't delete half a search. You cannot do that. That it's not going to come up in that Celebrite report as deleted at 2:27 a.m. and then show up on at 6:24. It's just not going to happen. It doesn't make sense.
Leave that Karen Reed's involved if someone else at 2:27 is Googling how long to die in the cold. Like, why would you do that? No one knows that he's there. His body hasn't been discovered yet, unless someone was going to put him there or had put him there. That's why it's so significant. Now, the Commonwealth, the prosecution in this case, has a completely different view of this Google search. And it all comes down to the timing of it. When was it done? Why was it done? So let's begin by listening to the opening statement from the prosecutor addressing this issue, which again is the issue that really started the Free Karen Reed movement.
At approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. You'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whitford. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Cellphone. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Cellphone. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning.
Sorry, the expert that Lolly's referring to there, that testimony is going to be very interesting because he's going to, during cross-examination, it's going to be very easy. He's going to sit here and go, this happened, 6:24. So did the 6:24 search take place? Yes, it did. But then it's going to be very easy for the defense during cross-examination to look over his report, show his report, and say, can you show me where it says that the 227 search did not happen? And it's nowhere in that report. Spoiler alert, folks. It's nowhere in that report. His own expert, Lolly's expert that he just mentioned right there, never said that the 227 search didn't happen, at least not in writing. Right? So he's going to try to play a little misdirection. That's what's going to happen here. The entire approach by the prosecution when it comes to this 2:27 a.m. how long to die in cold search is the tactic is absolutely misdirection. And what's going to end up happening is once the defense gets that expert in cross-examination, they're going to ask him directly, can you definitively say that the 227 search did not happen? And dollars to donuts, that expert is going to say, no, I cannot definitively say that. That will happen. Mark my words.
So the prosecution version is very clear. What they're saying happened here is that Karen Reed arrives on the scene, finds John O'Keefe, and then is quick. Somebody Google. How long does it take to die in the cold? In the moment of discovering his body. But again, they believe, the supporters believe it was done at 2:27. So let me bring in our guest. Still with us, Kevin Lanahan, Yellow Cottage Tales, YouTube creator.
Oh my
and now
God.
joining us again, Nick Rocco, Karen Reed supporter / expert. Okay.
Right.
All right. So tell me, does that make sense to you that Karen Reed would arrive there? Her boyfriend is in the snow and she's in the panicking.
I absolutely love this.
How long? Somebody asked me, how long does it take? Because she knows what time she dropped him off.
Right. But first off, nobody is denying that Jennifer McCabe Googled it at 6:24, but she also Googled it at 2:27 a.m. as well.
Yep.
Now, why would Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe at 6:24 to Google how long to die in the snow when she's surrounded by police officers and medical professionals? Why Jennifer McCabe? Why her? I would ask an ambulance person or a cop. How long does it take to die in the cold if you're going to ask somebody that? It doesn't make sense why Jennifer McCabe would be the person. And to make
That's a fantastic point, Nick Rocco.
it clear, Karen Reed did not ask Jennifer McCabe to Google that for her.
So Kevin, does it make sense to you? Does the evidence make sense to you that, hey, She arrives on the scene. There's 3 women. They show up. It's a panic situation, and she's looking for information because John is lying in the cold in the snow.
Well, I'm interested to see if there's going to be a witness, one of the firefighters or the police that heard that. I don't know if that's the case or not, and we're going to see. But it also doesn't makes really sense to me that the idea that she was Googling that at 6:24 in order to delete somehow in some weird way the fact that she had Googled it at 2:27. Why would she be thinking that at 6:24? Oh my God, I better delete my search at 2:27. Not to mention the fact that the idea is really kind of absurd.
Wait,
leaving aside the experts for now.
Wait, Plevin, what? Hold on. I gotta hear that one more fucking time because.
Oh, well, I'm interested to see if there's going to be a witness, one of the firefighters or the police that heard that. I don't know if that's the case or not, and we're going to see. But it also doesn't makes really sense to me that the idea that she was Googling that at 6:24 in order to delete somehow in some weird way.
Dude, we've already had 4 first responders, at least 3. I could be wrong. But I think 4 first responders as far as, well, let's say at least 5 first responders, if we're including police officers, testify, and none of them say they heard that. None of them testified that they heard this. Wouldn't that be a smart move on Lolly as far as strategy goes, just to get ahead of that? Wouldn't Lolly ask that question? Did you hear? Because if she did, she did. But the thing is Lolly didn't ask that question, A, because he's the shittiest prosecutor I've ever seen in my fucking life, and B, because they didn't hear it happen. He's not going to ask the question that he already knows what the answer is going to be. They are going to answer, no, I did not hear that. And that is going to help the defense. Because if it's going to boil down to Jennifer McCabe's word against Karen Reed's word, and Jennifer McCabe is already at this point, when she's on the stand during cross-examination, and this is brought up, I promise you that she's already going to be made out to be a liar to the jury. The jury is already going to have determined that Jennifer McCabe is a fucking liar by the time that Jackson and or Yannetti bring up that Karen Reed asked her to Google how long to die in the cold, because it didn't fucking happen. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It didn't happen. Nobody else heard it, because we would have heard somebody say something about it already. If someone else heard it, Lolly would have asked the question and had them testify in open court on the record that they were witnesses to Karen Reed asking Jen McCabe if she would Google how long to die in cold. So Plevin is just not using his brain. Plevin should have realized this and put this together. That these first responders, he's like, I'm interested to find out if first responder is going to say, there must have been, I wonder if there was a witness. Dude, they've already testified. They've all been up there and testified. What are you talking about? And maybe not all of them, but I'm saying a good number of these first responders have all gone up there and testified, and none of this Google search business has been brought up. Not once. Oh, shit. My bad.
Joining us again, Nick Rocco.
When she's surrounded,
to you that she's
really sense to me that the idea is
because John is lying in the cold in the snow.
Well, I'm interested to see if there's going to be a witness, one of the firefighters or the police that heard that. I don't know if that's the case or not, and we're going to see. But it also doesn't makes really sense to me that the idea that she was Googling that at 6:24 in order to delete somehow in some weird way the fact that she had Googled it at 2:27. Why would she be thinking that at 6:24? Oh my God, I better delete my search at 2:27. Not to mention the fact that the idea.
Well, Plevin, what do you mean? Why? It's the whole reason we talk about it, is the why. So that she could fucking cover up the fact that she Googled it at 2:27 a.m. That's exactly why she would delete it and then try to cover it up by Googling it again. Plevin, what do you think we've been talking about this entire time? What do you mean?
is really kind of absurd if you think about it, just leaving aside the experts for now. But they've sent Jen McCabe home. This is the defense's theory now, that John is still alive, clinging to life inside the house. And their plan is to drop him off outside in the lawn so he can die in the cold. And they send Jen McCabe home knowing this, and she just casually gets home, and her heart rate shows it hasn't changed at all. There's no elevation. It's completely normal. And yet she's searching this. This guy is her friend, and she's like a surrogate mother to his nephew who he's raising. It's really an absurd theory.
But you got to realize the timeline, okay? 2:12 in the morning, she arrives at her house after she left 34 Fairview Road. 2:23, she unlocks her cell phone. 2:25 in the morning, she sends 2 text messages. At 2:26 a.m., she deletes 2 screenshots, and at 2:27 a.m., she Google searches "How long to die in cold." And around 2:30 and 3 in the morning, that's when Lucky the plow driver was heading down 34 Fairview Road to plow the road, and there was a Ford Edge parked exactly where John's body was found at 6 a.m. So either that.
Okay. Nick just fucking sprayed Plevin down with a machine gun of facts. Like, Nick Rocco just basically just went to Plevin's entire fucking statement right there. Because you cannot responsibly speculate on this situation on either side without noting the timeline that Nick just spelled out right there. It's extremely important because the timeline shows suspicious behavior. The timeline screams suspicious behavior, and that's just the timeline of her phone records. That's it. It's just the timeline of her phone records. So, right, exactly, Freddie Savage. Rest in peace, Plevin's narrative. It's done. It's over. And truth is easy to talk about. And I have to point out, again, this is another example, folks, of what you're seeing. Is you're seeing one person over here who states a narrative without providing any facts to prove his narrative, whereas it's on him, or at least it's on his side. It's on the prosecution side, since he believes Karen Reed is guilty. It is on the prosecution side to provide the proof. Yet here we are listening to somebody who believes Karen Reed is innocent and provides the proof to think about. Juries see this. Now, of course, they're not this right here. What I'm saying is the jury will see this happen in court when it comes to the prosecution versus the defense. Because this very same thing that's happening between Plevin and Nick Rocco is happening in court between the Commonwealth and the defense. And Microdots is making a great point here, but to piggyback off that, he's saying a deletion is a deletion. There's no ambiguity. True, but we're talking also about many deletions, not just one deletion. It's not just the 227 search that was deleted. It was every phone call that she made, including the phone calls that she made to Nicole Albert, which were picked up when Nicole Albert said that she was asleep, when Chris Albert said that he was asleep. The screenshot that she took of Uncle Brian, the screenshot that she took of Uncle Brian's contact info was deleted. I mean, we're seeing a lot of suspicious deletion going on, not just the 2:27 a.m. search. A lot of deletion going on in that short period of time. Right. Is someone coming out to help? Are you coming out? She tells Nicole Albert on a recording, picked up by accident by John's voicemail and Karen's phone. These are facts. And this is the dynamic that's taking place inside the courtroom right now. Lolly gets up there talking out of his ass the entire time, just blah 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 blah. And then the defense gets up there and gets to the evidence, pulls out documents, pulls out video, pulls out audio and video, but says focus on the audio and what is being said. the overall vibe, the overall theme that's taking place inside that courtroom is that the defense absolutely owns that fucking jury currently. Just by, we could say that it's just by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti articulating and speaking loudly and clearly and addressing things with a very engaging demeanor. It's very engaging versus Lolly, who doesn't seem in the slightest bit confident in his case. The jury sees this. The jury absolutely sees this. By the time Lolly is done with his line of questioning, the jury is sitting like this. I can't see them, but I'm imagining that they're sitting like this. And by the time Alan Jackson gets up there or David Yannetti gets up there and they start speaking, jurors start to do this. I can guarantee that.
That person driving the Ford Edge was there for a code, and there was a pulse along to dying. She sends 2 text messages.
After she was raising.
I want to hear that
John
one
is
more
still
time.
alive, clinging to life inside the house, and their plan is to drop him off
I just want to hear Nick Rocco lay that out one more time because that shit is
outside
beautiful.
in the lawn so he can die in the cold. And they send Jen McCabe home knowing this, and she just casually gets home, and her heart rate shows it hasn't changed at all. There's no elevation. It's completely normal. And yet she's searching
What's up,
this guy
Tom?
as her friend, and she's like a surrogate mother to his nephew who he's raising. It's really an absurd theory.
But you got to realize the timeline, okay? 2:12 in the morning, she arrives at her house after she left 34 Fairview Road. 2:23, she unlocks her cell phone. 2:25 in the morning, she sends 2 text messages. At 2:26 a.m., she deletes 2 screenshots, and at 2:27 a.m., she Google searches house long to dying cold. And around 2:30 and 3 in the morning, that's when Lucky the plow driver was heading down 34 Fairview Road to plow the road, and there was a Ford Edge parked exactly where John's body was found at 6 a.m.
Boom.
So either that person driving the Ford Edge was there for a shield from the cameras, or he didn't see John's body there.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a listen to the defense because they have a completely different version. Sounds a lot like what
And Nick didn't even have to mention. It would have helped, but it wasn't even remotely necessary by the way that he delivered that information to even reiterate the fact that Ryan Nagel's statement is consistent with that. Ryan Nagel did not see John O'Keefe either in Karen's SUV or lying in the road. In the yard, which would have absolutely I'm not criticizing Nick leaving that out. I'm saying there's a time constraint here, but you could go on and on is my point. Nick could have gone on and on. And just in that little brief period of time, Nick dropped the facts that you cannot deny.
Nick just told us. Let's watch.
Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, and not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold? Unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation. The Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m.
All right, Kevin, let me ask you, is there anything that he's saying there that doesn't make sense to you?
Well, first of all, the state has truly good experts here, elite experts in Jessica Hyde and also Ian Whiffen, who developed the Celebrate software. They're going to dispute any of these deletions. So these deletions, what we call deletions, are not necessarily something that's done by a human being, but it's files moving around. So a file moves from one folder to another, and then when you print the report, which the defense's expert, Rich Green, printed up, he says, these are deletions.
That's a crock of shit. Files moving around is not going to show as a deletion. That's bullshit. It's not going to show as a deletion.
Or deletions, but that's really just something that's going on invisible within our phones all the time. It's not necessarily, it doesn't mean that somebody was actually deleting information. That's what the state's going to say.
But at 624, as we know, it comes up as a recent search. So she searched it at 624, but it was done recently at 227 as well.
Well, again, I'm not a forensic data person.
Yeah, exactly. Because, again, folks, cell phones don't have a flux capacitor, yo. Okay? Cell phones do not go back in time when they hit 88 miles per hour. It's not a thing. Cell phones are not DeLoreans.
Data person, and we spent way too much time looking at this, right? So what you're going to hear is the experts actually speak in the trial, right? But at this point, it's disputed. And so you have to decide until you hear that what makes the most sense. But to me, it doesn't really, the idea of planning to leave this guy alive on your own lawn is just a crazy plan.
Well, and obviously there's going to be experts from both sides, and the jury will get to weigh their testimony. But what I found through the years covering cases where there's a battle.
See, that's why. See, that's another thing. That's why I'm so glad that it's Nick Rocco up there. Like I feel like almost anybody else, me definitely, but almost anybody else sitting next to Plevin, I don't know if I could resist the urge to not look over and go, dude, are you a fucking idiot? I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could do that. Like, Nick Rocco is pure class up there. I gotta point that out. I gotta point that out because I do not think that I could. I couldn't. It would drive me crazy to sit next to him and not be able to go. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You know what I mean? Yeah, my pause game is awesome.
Battle the experts. The jury pulls back from the experts and then looks at the rest of the evidence and what makes the most sense to them. So we'll see. And obviously, it's different for you two guys. It's different for a lot of folks. Maybe 12 will agree, maybe they won't. But that's part of this case. When we come back, something else they may not agree about: the broken tail light.
You never saw or otherwise observed or located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Oops.
So when was the tail light broken?
Okay. So right there. I mean, that's going to resonate with the jury right there. Again, that's the defense playing chess. Because they are out to prove, as they stated in their opening statements, Karen Reed is absolutely being framed. And Karen Reed is being framed by the lead investigator in this case, who would be Michael Proctor. I mean, it's just that simple. Because how that evidence was collected is sus as fuck. And so when they do their closing arguments, they're going to say, you had two on-scene police officers state here in open court in front of you, the jury, that they did not see not one piece of taillight. Not one piece of taillight, much less 37 pieces. When that time comes, because now it's on the record, now it's done. They testified to this. Two responding police officers testified in open court that they at no point saw any pieces of taillight at that crime scene. They saw leaf blowers. They saw red Solo cups. But nope.
And when were the pieces end up? When were they placed, or when did they fall off the car? Where were they found? Did someone put them there? Well, the defense is saying they're planted. Prosecution is saying, no, this is a vehicular homicide. It's a murder. It's done on purpose, and it's at the time of impact. If the first two responding officers didn't see any there, was it their job to look for it? Would it have been obvious? There's a snowstorm. These are all the questions that are making this much more complicated than it usually is. Now, we do know that the taillight was cracked. The prosecutors are saying it's cracked because of the impact, but the defense has this video of Karen Reed the following morning backing out and perhaps striking John O'Keefe's car with the same taillight that the prosecution says was broken by John O'Keefe. Like, what are the odds of that? Making things even more complicated and more difficult, by the way, for prosecutors. So the prosecutor obviously dealt with this in his opening statement, talking about the broken taillight. So let's take a listen.
You'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, defendant's vehicle, including taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass and front street area. There is a specialized team called CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point, through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe, the transported hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, the rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn in the street. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she testified with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight.
Now, in most cases, evidence like this, it's game over very quickly, right? You've got the broken taillight at the scene. You've got pieces of it on the victim. 2 + 2 = 4. So what's going on here? Well, do you remember the case of O.J. Simpson? Same thing, the bloody glove, and somehow he wasn't convicted because in that case, the defense argued that Furman framed O.J. Simpson.
I wish Brian would give Vinny bunny ears right now. Brian would just be like, yo. It's just, hey, man. Oh, my God.
That they planted evidence. Same thing is happening in this case. Let's bring back our guest, Nick Rocco, Karen Reed supporter and expert, Kevin Lenahan, Yellow College Tales, YouTube creator. So why isn't that? Why doesn't that move you? Why doesn't that convince you that it happened there?
Because
the broken taillight.
You see Karen backed out of the driveway, hits John's car. When she leaves that driveway, she steps on her brake. The thing lights up redder than Rudolph's nose. Okay,
we're watching it now.
You'll see it here. She steps on the brake. Okay, and then also when she leaves the driveway as well, the thing lights up red. Now, later on in the day, when they go to Dighton and they end up towing her vehicle, which was at 4:17 p.m., the state trooper Michael Proctor, in his report, had lied and said it was towed after 5 o'clock, meaning he couldn't get that vehicle back to Canton in time to plant evidence. But now we know that that vehicle arrived at Canton PD at 5:08, which then we find out 42 minutes is missing from that footage, and all of a sudden, taillights found on the scene at 6 p.m. You have a baseball-sized red piece and 2 clear pieces. After 12 hours of a blizzard, they found it on top of the snow. Didn't happen.
Okay, let's
take
a listen to the
couldn't have happened.
David Unetti.
It's physics, bro. It couldn't have happened. And of course, the chief of police of Canton just happened by. Oh, look at that. The piece of taillight. It's the taillight gods. Like, he just happened by. That's all he did. He just drove by. It's a piece of taillight. That doesn't happen, dude. Come on, dude. Like, how stupid do you fucking think this jury's gonna be, bro?
Unetti giving their take on this important, critical broken taillight evidence.
During that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day when the snow was really starting to accumulate that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. There is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. So she got back into her Lexus and she backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken.
All right, Kevin. Why didn't they find this stuff? Why did it take so long to find these broken taillight pieces?
Oh,
It's an essential question, and this is a part of the defense's theory that's easily debunked. Okay, so fix it. What initially happens
I can't fucking wait for this.
is John is struck. He's knocked 6 to 12 feet onto the lawn. There's no snow at that time. It lights slightly snowing during the course of the night. The snow doesn't accumulate around him because of his body warmth. Okay, then sometime, say around 5 o'clock.
You see what he's saying? Plevin knows what he's doing, but he's just fucking bad at it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because here he is, and he tries to slip in this little language like 6 to 12 feet, this vague fucking major variance in distance. When he tells this theory, when he debunks the defense's theory, these little things, he thinks he's slick doing it, but he's going to ultimately just fucking emit a nothing burger here. It's going to be nothing here.
So what initially happens is John is struck. He's knocked 6 to 12 feet onto the lawn. There's no snow at that time. It lights slightly snowing during the course of the night. The snow doesn't accumulate around him because of his body warmth. Okay. Then sometime, say around 5 o'clock in the morning, by then there's an inch or two of snow, and the plowman, Lucky Lawford, comes down and plows it. Now, even though that's not a lot of snow, it's enough to make a plow bank, and you can see it in the dash cam video that maybe it's about 16 inches by 16 inches. Okay. So later on, when the city police, the Canton police are looking, they're only looking around where John's body is. So they're able to see the cocktail glass pieces because that's in the grass there. But the taillight pieces are on the street in the curb area. And they're buried underneath that plow bank. And that's
underneath the snow, that's been placed there by the snow plows that have come through.
Yes. And there's no way, every city knows.
Then how were they found in the yard, in the grass, Plevin? Explain that shit. So you're saying Lucky Lofted came along and plowed the road, and the pieces of taillight were in the road, and then wherever he plowed, they ended up way down God knows where underneath the snowbank that Lucky Lawford plowed. Right? I mean, you're telling me that he plowed and then all of the taillights went flying into the yard as he plowed? That's what happened? Word? Come on, man. Come on, man.
City knows in the state that except for the 3 big cities, any kind of suspicious death will automatically go to the state police. And so those cops knew that morning, and they were never going to take a shovel to a state police crime scene. So they didn't dig through that plow bank at all. And it wasn't, so those pieces weren't found. And it was maybe one substantial size piece, and the rest, they're making a point of saying there were 45 pieces, but most of them were just tiny little pieces, you know.
So how was it found on top of the snow?
It was not found on top of the snow. You can see the shovel marks there.
See, Nick is thinking exactly what I was about to ask him. How'd they find it on top of the snow?
Dug out, and that's just one more trick by this PR campaign that's run by Karen Reed.
A PR campaign run by Karen Reed. So here is this. Plevin can't take it. Did you see what happened right there? I love that shit. This is something that is the most predictable of anybody who is completely full of fucking shit in a debate. And Plevin just fell for, I mean, he just basically showed everything. He showed his entire hand right there. Because what always ends up happening is when you are proven wrong by somebody, you have to take a jab. You have to make an outlandish accusation and a jab at the person that you're debating. Because he didn't say, he was careful not to say Nick Rocco was part of that PR campaign. But he absolutely implied it by saying, oh, well, since Nick Rocco just said this, it's part of Karen Reed's public relations campaign. That is not a thing that I have seen any evidence of. And again, I mean, I get it. As I stated before, I'm a bad look. I understand. But I mean, Karen Reed, if you're paying people You know what I mean? I know I'm a bad look. I get it. But, you know, just saying. I'm happy to be part of a PR team.
Aaron Reed, where they put out this piece and they show it makes it seem like it's found sitting on top of the snow. It was dug out. And you're going to hear the troopers testify that.
Well, which trooper? Michael Proctor, the one that
Michael Proctor was not there.
this whole investigation?
Michael Proctor was not there at that scene.
Let me play one more piece of David Unetti's opening statement, because I think this is one part that has a lot of people scratching their heads. Let's take a look.
A good week after John O'Keefe's death, County Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, someone he supposedly was happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted.
And again, let me debunk the debunk. Okay? Because if I'm in that debate, I feel like I'm winning it only because I refuse to get into the taillight argument with anybody. Simple. And I'll tell you why. Because we're talking about a trial now. Here we are at trial. And what matters is what the validity of the taillight holds as far as evidence. And I'm telling you right now, as I've said many, many times, it holds nothing. Zero. No validity whatsoever. And the reason why is because of how the evidence was collected, what the status of the credibility of the investigator who supposedly collected it, how that investigator collected it and logged it into evidence, when they logged it into evidence, how they preserved the evidence, the chain of custody of that evidence. All of these things are going to be what matters in court. And in court, once this is brought up, and I promise you that is going to be the focus of the defense, they're not going to play these little back and forths of how the fucking taillight was found and what happened and when the taillight broke or blah, blah, blah. They might touch on it a little bit. What's ultimately going to convince the jury is the fact that the taillight evidence is suspect in how it was collected and how it was preserved and the chain of custody, how it was documented. That's what is going to matter in court, period. Plain and simple. Because they're going to try to say that taillight fragments were found in John O'Keefe's clothing. And already in open court by these first responders, it has been already documented that it's normal for them to just throw clothing on the floor. Now, that might work good for the prosecution. Well, okay, it always happens. Of course, sure. That doesn't mean that taillight fragments, it's suspicious that taillight fragments were found in his clothing. Okay, sure. But we know that they were sprawled all over the floor, in the ambulance, and then on the hospital floor, right? That's already been established in court. So what's going to matter is when Alan Jackson, most likely, I could see him being the one to do this, pull up, I got a paper towel, pull up a document and go, can you tell me what that date is right there? Proctor, Michael Proctor, tell me what that date is right there. As far as the logging of evidence of those pieces of clothing. And once the jury sees that that evidence was not logged in, that his clothing, where these microscopic pieces of taillight were found, wasn't logged into evidence for 3 weeks from the time that that picture was taken to where it was laying all over the floor in the hospital. That's what the jury's going to see. That's what the jury's going to pay attention to. That's what's going to be pressed on. That I can promise you. Because anything could have happened in those 3 weeks. Why did the lead investigator wait 3 weeks to take the smoking gun evidence that the prosecution is trying to use? Why did it take the lead investigator 3 weeks to log it into evidence? That makes that evidence useless to a jury.
Spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property.
Okay, the police chief driving by. You bothered by that?
It's a little bit odd, but you have to also understand that there was, if you look at the weather, there was a January thaw then, so the snow melted quite a bit during the week, and the deputy police chief lives across the street. You know, why was this guy inserting himself? I don't know, but that wasn't even essential evidence anyways to the case.
5 seconds, final word.
This is the same former
I should have said at least 3 weeks. Excuse me.
for police that was found in the Canton Police Department.
Anyways, to the case.
5 seconds, final word.
This is the same former chief of police that was found in the Canton Police Department garage with Brian Higgins. Unbeknownst to anybody else, they were in there. They know what they did. And as far as Karen's PR team, you know, I look at documents. I don't get my information from the Alberts and the McCabe's like you do. So, you know, let's focus on the case.
Big thanks to Nick Rocco, Kevin Linehan. Thanks for being on.
Nick motherfucking Rocco, not taking any shit, my friends. People. Nick motherfucking Rocco. I gotta give him another round of applause. I mean, that's it right there. I don't get my information from the Alberts and the McCabe. So Nick felt that little jab. That was funny, man. Because oh man, Nick had that little jab from Plevin stewing. He was just waiting. He was like, wait till they come to me again. I'm going to nail this motherfucker. Yo, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay, guys. So no court until Monday. Now we've got tomorrow. We don't have it, but the jury is going to have the walkthrough of the crime scene at 34 Fairview, probably not inside the house, seeing as there's nothing inside the house to see except a refinished floor. So it's going to be a long weekend, folks. I will do my best to hang out with you guys as much as I can in those few days. We'll go over as much as we possibly can. We might do a little recap. I'd like to do a recap of this entire week at some point, and maybe I'll do those in a couple of parts. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. So big shout out to Tom CPU. I didn't get to cover much of your footage today, but I appreciate you being out there. So big shout out to Tom CPU. Big shout out to all of you guys that are standing up for all of our rights outside of that courtroom. That is not overlooked. Big shout out to Microdots. If you guys are not subscribed to Microdots, you guys are missing the fuck out, because those are amazing videos, and I look forward to seeing what Microdots has in the works right now. So make sure to subscribe to Microdots. And guys, I realize there's a lot of other creators who are going to have more qualifications to go over a lot of the things here. I'm just a guy, no different than Plevin, really. So the amount of you that have been watching, I am incredibly grateful for. Seriously, like I'm surprised I have that many, considering all of these other amazing creators who are incredibly qualified to comment on these things. So you guys are just to have you guys in here is incredibly humbling. So I just want to tell you guys that I really, really appreciate it. And I really appreciate you guys subscribing, all the new subscribers and everybody who's been subscribed. And thank you for hitting the like. If you haven't hit the like yet, please do that. And for all of the support, that is unbelievable. So thank you guys for everything. You guys are amazing. I don't know if I'll go live again tonight, but definitely tomorrow I will. I'll try to drum something up for tomorrow at the very least, but if not tonight. So guys, I love you very much. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. You guys are fantastic, man. Seriously. I am blown away just by hanging out with you guys, and you're the best chat in the world. Guys, I love you very much, and we will do this again very, very, very soon, my friend.